up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick and tired with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking down all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Platform. Is everything broadcasting here as well? What is going on? All right. Sorry about that, folks. We were having technographical difficulties as normal. So let me go let me go ahead and let me see what we got going on here. So put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me okay. Sorry about the circle of despair that took place there, but hopefully everything's coming in good. All right, good. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Here we are, 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. You can tell this is real because it looks so fake. You can see that we've got all kinds of science happening, and I have the exact same green screen glitches that NASA does, so that's how you know that it's real. So I have a couple of great guests tonight. These guys are some of the frontline dudes in the flat earth and truther community, as far as I've seen on Twitter here. There's many more that I'm finding, but this is Bill and Ted. Excellent adventure, if you guys are down for that. So I'd like to welcome to the panel tonight Ted Logan and Bill Esquire.
What's up, man?
Yo.
How are you doing tonight, guys?
Good. How are you?
All right, man.
Are you there? You were there earlier.
We're here.
I'm not hearing anything.
I'm here.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, all right. Everything's just a delay. Something. I don't know.
Well, if you're watching it on the platform, it's going to be delayed. So you want to be watching it through the StreamYard, or if
I'm
you
on
have
StreamYard.
the platform open. If you have the platform open, just mute it, and you can still watch it that way.
Nice.
That's what I do here. So
Yeah, I don't have it open. I'm just looking at your face, man. That's all I care about. So
go ahead.
Before we get started, real quick, I noticed that you had some stuff about 9/11 on your intro. Are you saying that planes did not hit those buildings?
I'm saying
I don't know if I want to be a part of a podcast like that.
I'll go one even
asinine,
further.
bro.
I'll go one even further with you too. I've got a guy. He may be joining us. I told you about Brian Stavely.
Mhm.
He blew my mind with some stuff. Not only were there no planes, those buildings weren't even finished, bro.
I've
There was
seen that
nobody.
stuff.
There was no one in them.
So, who did we see jumping out? Dummies?
You
I'm
saw-
just curious. I'm not trying to down it.
yeah. He's got a great presentation.
Interesting.
That shows that what you saw is in no way matches the real buildings. You were watching some kind of a set.
Oh, that's possible.
Yeah,
Anything's
I mean,
possible at this
window
point.
sizes compared to the people, the way the buildings look. The very
Right.
first floor that you would hit, for the button on the elevator was the 78th floor. You went right from the lobby to the 78th floor because the whole thing was freaking empty all the way up 78 stories.
Nice.
So
It's a crazy world we live in, man.
Damn.
they were built to be destroyed. They were built for a ritual. They came down 33 years after they were put up. Man.
Yeah, that part I
Wow.
know. That's
Yeah.
there's
And
no
then-
coincidences.
And think of the two pillars of the Masonic order. Right?
Damn, dude.
So out of two comes one. We've got one world center, or whatever the hell it is
Yes.
now.
Yes.
And that's the Avo de the Chaos thing, where it, order out of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, we know. I mean, it's right there in your face. If you know the symbols to look for and what their whole thing is about, you start to be able to see how these things are to the ordinary people. Oh my God, look at this event.
Hello? Oh, there he is. Froze up.
He's frozen for me.
It's in there, like they encode shit in there and stuff, 33. You could put in 33.
Yeah, they don't like us coming on these things, dude.
Apparently not.
Starting to
No.
get that feeling. You know, if he... Yeah, he's totally stuck.
I don't know.
What's up, guys? Who's in the chat? Bill and Ted's best movies ever. Absolutely.
Oh, I can't see nothing. Keep going.
Oh, you can't see anything?
Oh,
Over
hold
to
on.
your... You hit comments.
There we
Go to comments,
All right. Yeah, I'm old. Leave me alone. He's gone? All right, cool. Well, this is unexpected.
yeah. We lied. The Earth is a globe, and you're all screwed.
Oh, Death is telling us to riff because he thinks he knows stuff. So I'm kidding.
Rip.
We love you, Death.
Like, rest in peace.
Yeah.
We just started.
That's his specialty. I know. Where'd the dude go?
they just took him out, dude. He's gone.
All right.
There he
I'm
is.
back. All right.
Hey, now.
I just went out and redid it. The Penguins are screwing with our
Oh.
broadcast tonight, man.
Why are you so
Penguins.
mad, dude?
Who's mad?
The Penguins.
The
Why are they so
Penguins.
mad?
Well, because every time we go to disrupt their plans, they want to pooch my stream. And this really happened. This goes back to one of my first things. We were talking about why you can't go to Antarctica, and I just came up with this crazy ass story. I said, well, what it really is it's because the Penguins are really the Illuminati. They just want us to think that they're cute little flightless birds, but they're ruthless. They have no roof. Okay. And this is why the elite dress like them, and the kings. And stuff.
Wow.
So, and as I'm talking about this, my stream starts getting pooched. Normally my shit's fine, right? So it starts getting pooched. So I said, see, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill my broadcast. So like the next day I see a headline come through where the country of Norway actually knighted and gave an admiralty to a freaking penguin.
Oh, that's it.
This is
That's
no
it.
shit. And so here's this video footage of this penguin wearing medals, a real penguin, walking with some officers in front of some troops, reviewing them, and the penguins actually stopping and looking at each of, you know, a couple of them, and then move along and shit, and they're saluting him. And I said, see, y'all thought I was full of shit, right?
Wow.
All I want to know is, what did the penguin say in his speech?
I don't know. Hey, if you ever saw one with their mouth open, they're a vicious looking thing, man.
Oh, I bet, dude.
They really are. They got like these rows of teeth inside their beaks, man. They're
Wouldn't
crazy.
you be pissed if you were a bird and you couldn't fly? I'd be angry too.
We're not letting you come to Antarctica, you sons of bitches.
Yeah, it's all your
But
fault.
so it's the penguins that are really ruling the world. And people
But see,
like,
you joke about it, but I'm not joking. In my comments or my DMs, like 3 or 4 different people have sent me info on that.
Really?
Literally about ties to the little Masonic envelope thing that looks like the Gmail symbol on penguins, and how every shill seems to have a penguin as their thing, or some sort of bird at least. But yeah, multiple people. I sent it to Bill early on. I was like, have you ever heard of this? He's like, no. And then I heard you mention it last week or whenever, and I was like, oh, maybe it is a thing. I don't know.
well,
Fucking
see,
penguins
Oh, I
rule
thought
the
that was
world.
a joke.
No, I'll show you when we're done or tomorrow.
We do
whatever, I'll
joke
send
a
you
lot,
the
so
stuff I have.
sometimes things get crossed. But I remember it was like, what, a week ago or something you
Yeah.
said that?
Something like that, yeah. Who can keep track anymore? But
Yeah. I
so
know.
that's it. It's not lizard people. It's really penguin people.
Damn. Oh, he froze up again, huh?
Oh, great.
They don't
So,
like it.
They don't. I don't know where he is, like in the world. So I don't know if he's in the middle of nowhere, out in the woods. Does it? Oh, that's it. He's got a what's it called? Starlink, bro. Elon's pissed.
Oh.
Elon's
Well, if
pissed.
he were on something a little more realistic than the ISS, then maybe it wouldn't freeze up.
Elon's pissed. Joe Rogan called him because I posted shit about him today. And now Elon and Joe Rogan are teaming up with the penguins to kill this
Did you
broadcast.
just see how he manifested? You saw that,
I did.
right?
Right there.
well, that's that transporter technology.
That
I
is proof that the Earth is flat.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you ever get these stupid questions like that devil guy? The devil, he's retarded.
He's a dud. You can't even call him a guy. I guarantee you he's in high school. And he just got his first account, and he's like, they took the parental controls off. I'm fucking going crazy. And he just
Yeah.
went to town. I'm going to find a
Googled
devil
a bunch of
picture 'cause
surnames
it's
for the
cool.
devil, and he's like, I'm on it.
Yeah,
D-
for sure.
If the Earth is flat, then why do hummingbirds have feathers?
Oh,
You know, it's just what? You know, I mean,
I love that. And I love the tell me every single thing about flat Earth right now in 300
Yeah,
characters,
yeah.
or you're stupid.
Those
Dude,
are
it
the
took
best.
me 8
I want
years
all your
of hours
your
and
proofs
hours.
right now.
well, you know,
Dummy.
this is why I invited Conspiracy Smasher. I was like, look, dude, you could get your point out so much faster and so much more
Damn.
Okay.
fucking damn it. Okay.
All right.
So he comes on the show, right?
Mhm.
And I'm asking him, I says, look, and this was the whole point of it. I said, how can you tell the distance to any of these celestial objects when you don't have any known values?
Parallax, clearly.
Right. So
I know.
yeah.
I know
listen,
their
I've been
answers.
shooting rifles my whole life, right? I know what parallax is. I absolutely know what parallax is. However, that still doesn't give you a distance, and you have reference points. We're talking about a light in the sky.
Yeah. I
Okay.
know.
And so then every time they'll try to explain it, and they say, so if we go by the radius of the orbit, the orbital radius of Venus, and I'm like, wait a minute. What's Venus orbiting? Well, the sun. Okay, well, that's an assumption, first off.
Yep.
But how would you have that radius if you were trying to figure out the distance to the object in the first place? Where are you getting these from? And it's almost like that scene in Game of Thrones where that one servant girl, she'd say something and Khaleesi would say, well, how do they know that? And the girl, it is known. Like,
Of course.
you know,
Just like that.
it's just known. Mom, why can't women go to the stoning? You know, because it's written, Brian. That's why.
Yeah, that's basically how it is. Well, that's what we were told, so that's the truth.
Yes, and
And
dude,
they have no proof of it at all.
the thing is too, as they say, you're going to question science, and I'm thinking, what an oxymoron,
I
stupid
know.
thing to say. Science is actually the process of questioning, right?
Supposed to be. It used to be. Who knows what it is anymore?
It's
Well,
equation.
it's constantly changing, right? Like the weather. Whatever they need
Yeah.
to do.
Both of them intentional.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a Globy. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is so just to
Big
kind of cover- Brian Stavely put that down there in the chat. He says we got us a Globy.
I see
Well,
him now.
Brian, you know what I got to say about that? We're gonna need a bigger boat. Another Mandela change. Holy shit. So are you guys what's your take on the Mandela effect, man?
Ted
Mine
first.
is I don't pretend to know anything. I know there's some weird crap. I know there's things that are different than I remember them, but that's not really proof of anything. But when so many people saw things differently, and there's definitely something to it. I have my own theories on things it could be, but who the hell knows? But it's definitely something to not dismiss. That's for sure.
Mhm. So have you looked into it very far at all?
That's what got me into flat earth. Was I was looking into that, and YouTube back in the day still fed you decent videos, and that's what I got. And I was like, flat earth, this is funny. I'm gonna watch this, and I'm gonna get so many jokes. And jokes on me. 8 years later. Jokes definitely on me.
Dude, we spent, because him and I worked together at the time, and when we were supposed to be working, we were spending a lot of time looking at these Mandela, and we're like just blown away. We're like, no, pull up another one. No, you do a Google search for risky business, and you try to find that part. It's not the way it is. And like he said, next thing you know, dude, we're like, what was like probably 2 weeks into that straight, dude. None of us were really sleeping. Things were getting real weird. And then he pulled the flat earth thing, and I was like, dude, I didn't even know what to think when he said that.
Well, you did know what to think. You thought he's an idiot.
Yeah,
Clearly,
but I mean, I'm not gonna tell my boy, like, yeah, you're gone. Like he's done.
Yep, your brain's out.
Time to find a new job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then he shit that 200 proofs, man. I think we watched it on the way to Miami or something one time, or whatever it was. We had to.
We're literally driving. I'm holding my phone in my hand, like, look, motherfucker, look.
And yeah, it was like an hour drive, whatever we had to do, and we got like halfway through it. And I just remember just sitting in the truck afterwards, and we got to where we were supposed to go and start working, and we just didn't. Like, because it just stuns the crap out of you, man. You know what I mean? Like, you just you're sitting there trying to make sense of it all, and you can't at first, you know.
It's like trying to take your spelling test after your parents just told you, hey, have a good day at school, by the way, Santa's fake. Peace. That's what it was like.
Yeah, let me go concentrate now.
You mean you were lying to me with a promise of reward in order to control me? Are you kidding?
That's unheard of.
Put a little mini religion on you, see?
Yeah.
God damn. So yeah, we've Brian Stavely, he's in the chat, and hopefully he'll join up here with us. He's all the time wanting to lock people in a grocery store. No, he uses the reference. He often uses the reference. He says, look, if I locked like 100 people in the grocery store and I asked them all, it's statistically impossible for that many people to misremember the same thing.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And when you start seeing people that want to make it look like it's insane when it's clearly not, then you see that there's something to it, man. There's something they're wanting to hide it. For one of them, they did was, everybody's just remembering the Monopoly guy with a monocle because they get him mixed up with Mr. Peanut. Well, that would be all well and good and a good excuse. But what about the people in Europe and in Australia and shit that remember Moneybags with the freaking monocle? They don't even know who Mr. Peanut.
Where
They
he
don't even.
references
Yeah,
it.
they don't. Look, they don't have Mr. Peanut over there. So what are
Oh,
they
really?
remembering? Yeah, that's an American thing.
Son of a bitch.
America.
America. We got all kinds of freedom.
Nice. I like it.
We deal with that constantly. It's so funny, because some of the stuff that they come up with. I mean, this guy's, and they think, well, if you do this, that, and the other, and they try to, confuse you with some kind of a stupid equation. And you go, okay, well, that's all well and good. I recognize your equation. I worked in engineering. I've worked in construction. I've worked in design. I'm very well familiar with that. I used to have to calculate the cubic inches of steel that it would take to repair casseroles for the steel mills. So, I'm pretty well versed in how to do these formulas. The problem that we run across with their formulas is that you go, hey, wait, well, hold on a minute. Where did you get this number? Well, that's the distance to the moon. And it's like, how the fuck do you know the distance to the moon?
Their God handed it to them.
Well, because we know the distance to the sun. Well, no, that's what we're figuring out right now. It's all circular. It's funny as shit. And that's one of the things that gets me. And these
Plumb Bob proves level playing. Yes, I was just gonna say that. That's 100%. Anybody who's ever worked a day in their life knows that. But
I had them come on and actually tell me this is no shit. And Conspiracy Smasher was right in there with it. Tried to tell me that plumb lines are not parallel.
I'd love to see his house.
And they said, well, what is plumb?
I called them dudes out. I was like, not a day in your life if any one of you done any kind of construction. There's no way.
Well, no, that means you're stupid because
well,
you didn't spend 200
father
grand on
did
college.
for years, and I was on the site with him. And I swear to you, this is I just how do you even react to that? There's no debate at that point, dude. You know what I mean? Like we're not even eye level. How can we even debate? You don't even believe in eye level.
Well, it just flabbergasts the hell out of me though, is that these people want to argue unverified crap, and they have absolutely no research into what the opposition's standpoint on it is.
So you think you're a floating disc in space? Why aren't all the other planets flat? Immediate.
Right.
That means you've never done anything but Googled, and I know exactly where you're at now, and now I'm going to have fun with you because I know you're not here to learn. You're here to talk shit.
Yep.
So if anybody, I'm just going to say now, so anybody knows, if anybody is serious or even thinks I'm stupid but wants to be respectful, I will happily answer any questions to the best of my ability. But very few, not none. There are some people I'm shocked that do message me and are serious about it. And then there's the ones that message and pretend to be serious about it to string you along for a little while. And then there's the ones that are just mean and rude, and then we get to have fun.
And yes, we're not like the nicest guys.
No. Oh, I wanted to ask you, Bill. I saw that you somebody tattled on you for being mean today.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. No, I think that was an old thing. It was from a while ago. Yeah, remember a ways back when you got
that one dude,
the raccoon face dude or whatever.
No. He's talking about So there was another guy that did it, and
he posted
like, "How'd you like your little
shit.
staycation or your little vacation?" I was like, "Which one? This one?" And they said they we reviewed it and we found that it wasn't offensive, so nothing happened.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the first thing he said to me after like days. He was so excited. He's like, "How'd you like it?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about, dude?" That was it. You don't want to debate. He just wants to knock me out of the game, which is fine. I don't really feel like debating half you guys, dude. I'm sorry. Like, we've done this for years, and it's the same old shit. Your boy Brian's on there.
It is.
NASA sucks balls. I love it. I don't love balls.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's all they can resort to. You see, trying to make it so you cannot put a message out. And that's their whole goal, is they want to get you angry enough to say something they can tell on you about.
And we all say they're like, we're always like, oh, you're paid or whatever. They're probably not, right? But you want to actually tell yourself they are to make a little more sense. You know what I mean? Like, there's
if you're doing this
like,
of your own
hopefully
volition,
you're getting some dollars from this shit. You know what I mean?
It could be part of a probation agreement.
who the hell
maybe.
knows? That would make
But
sense.
I'm
since
telling
they're
you, dude, like they go out of their way, dude. If they're not clowns or little Fed glow boys, and they're not getting paid per response, because we know there are people out there that get paid per reply and everything like that. Professional trolls, okay. But as far as like on Twitter and all that, you know, what is it? You know what I mean? Like, why are they so compelled to just hang out and wait until you post? And they want to be one of the first ones on it just to shill you. You know what I mean?
Psychological warfare battalion, bro.
I get, yeah.
No, for real. For
Yeah.
real. Listen, I got kicked off Twitter. I had an account completely banned a couple of years ago because I completely outed an entire troll farm, man.
nice.
It was a British intelligence operation. And I even had these characters down to what shifts they worked.
Damn.
Yeah, man. And so just to keep my mind to just shut me up about exposing that shit, because I started showing it, exposing it, tracking the IPs, and they shipped me right out of Twitter, man. They wouldn't even let me use my phone number to get back on.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what happens.
You know, that's the lengths they'll go to shut you up. And a lot of people, they say, well, why would they lie about it? And it's like, really? If artificial scarcity was one of the main components of your control system, and all of a sudden people found out, hey, man, this shit's not scarce. There isn't a scarcity of resources. There isn't a scarcity of lumber, coal, any of the other things that God put here for us to use. You see, they want to keep you trapped in the box. That's why they run the overpopulation game. There's no way that we're overpopulated. I've driven across the United States a number of times, man, and there are vast swaths of unpopulated, perfectly habitable land. They want you in the pens. Now they're going to tighten that down with those 15-minute cities. I think one of you guys just posted a thing about those 15-minute cities.
Yeah, I did today. Yep.
There are a few places that are actually doing it.
They're doing that. They're burning all the woods in Canada.
Yeah.
Spontaneously all caught on fire at the same time.
Yeah.
It's scary out there. Don't you want to come into our nice, comfy little city with your car that can't make it more than a half hour away? It's how everything will be.
It's crazy.
Well, that's what they're shooting for. But you know, the thing that I'm looking at is as they scramble at breakneck speed, no holds barred toward implementing this one world government. It's almost like they're going with reckless abandon, like time is limited.
Yeah.
And we know that they're dead.
Well, they have to stick to the script, right? Like that's their law. They have to do it no matter what.
Yep.
So they're figuring, well, maybe it's like like the people like, if I do a bunch of really good things before I die, now I'll go to heaven. I don't know, but theirs is the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got to do a bunch of bad
so
shit.
I got to knock out this list, and then I'm gonna get whatever I get.
Well, see, I even go beyond that. I'm like this. Look, I think that there are entities that specifically have a chosen bloodline, if you will, or genetic code that makes it possible for them to act in a parasitic manner on a human host.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why else? I mean, would you waste your time implementing a plan that you know is never going to come to fruition in your lifetime?
I wouldn't.
Well, that's because we think the mortal lifetime. But what if this entity or this parasite has a much, much, much longer lifespan and just inhabits a series of related people, gets a new host when the old one starts to get old and wear out?
Oh, that's definitely a possibility. I've even pondered the thought of the fallen angels, fallen stars, and how we call famous people stars, and how you can look at stars from back, 60 years ago, and they'll look exactly like a star did today. there's anything's possible at this point. Things I never thought were possible, I know with 100% certainty
Do you
now.
think that the internet plays a huge role in this, though? In this psychological aspect of all this?
Mhm.
The fact that they, in a heart, I mean, shit. I remember Ted showing me in real time them changing. You remember that? Changing the definition of
Which thing was it? They changed gravity as a theory to gravity as a law, literally days apart.
Yeah.
I had screenshot it to talk shit on somebody, and then I went back to screenshot it again, and I was like, wait a minute, that's fucking different. And luckily,
dude. And I
still
thought he
had the
was
old
playing
one.
with me. No, he had it. We were talking.
And
while
people are like,
happened.
it has to do with your geolocation. I'm like, dude, I'm in my fucking house. I'm in the same place I was 3 days ago when I did it. They're changing it right before
Yes.
our eyes. And the fact, just because you can't fathom that, like, just like the flat earth thing, if everyone's lying, that's too big of a lie. Just because your brain can't fathom a lie that big doesn't mean that someone else's can't.
Yeah,
Just know that.
especially when you're the one creating it.
Right. Right.
It's a psychological thing, man. It really is. That's where, like, I just get so, I don't know. I run out of patience a lot of time with people because I already know where they're at psychologically when I've hit them with a few tweets, you know.
Let me just take a minute here and give a shout out to the people in our chat here. We've got
Yeah,
a good number of people. It looks like we've got a total of 50 altogether right now. I've got
Right
35 over here in YouTube. And let's see who we got. Angela Baby Carson's here. Axis Mundi, Carrie Skates, Daniel Becker, Hugh Bothwell, Naughty Hippo 88, my significant other. And she has super moderator powers out there, Globe Trolls. So be very careful. Nuthouse Video, good to see you, Kev. Paul on Slave, push button 62. The King, unindoctrinated, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, and ZXL Master. ZXL Master is a very, very intelligent entity. I'm convinced he's a cyborg, but he's really cool. This guy is he's like a cyber god. I mean, he's so cool. He made like all different channels, made QR codes for us. He promotes our videos and stuff. He's just really great guy, man. And he's a moderator on the YouTube channel.
Nice.
And let's see, over here, they don't have a way of telling me everybody who's in the Rumble chat, but we've got 35 over there now. It says too. So we got
Death and Rufus better be in there. They're fired, so hopefully they're.
Yeah, they're hanging.
Yeah, we get those guys. What I'm gonna do here in a couple minutes is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put the link in the chat, pin it up at the top of the chat. I'll drop it in the Rumble, and if somebody wants to come up for a short period of time and ask a question, discuss something briefly, so we can let other people on as well.
As long as they're polite, yes.
Yeah. Don't. And as you saw, I don't know if you caught the entire debate with Conspiracy Smasher, but we didn't have to get hateful and mean or anything else like that.
No,
No,
awesome.
he's
Worked out
actually
well.
a mild-mannered kind of guy, I guess.
Yeah, he's
I guess
much.
it's the alter ego on Twitter. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's a dick
Once you
on
have
Twitter.
to talk,
and then
it is a whole different ball game.
Yeah, he's a
you
total
know.
dick on Twitter, and then he comes out here on this thing, and he's like, "Well, yeah, I'm like, come on, man, where's the guy that was talking about, your mom's a slut and all this other stuff?"
Yeah.
Listen, that may be, but no. I'm kidding. I hope my mom's not listening. No. That'd be good.
Well, I love that when somebody will use one of those on me. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's what your mom said last night." I'm like, "You're about sick, man. She's been dead for like 15 years."
Like, all right, now I know everything about you I need to know.
Nasty, bro. I don't know. So I'll put that in there. Let's see. We
Okay.
got that copy, and I'm going to put it over here in the YouTube chat. We're going to say, I'm getting technographically savvy here.
Do you guys get zapped on YouTube?
What do you mean?
Well, the last show we were on with Vince, he got zapped. I was just wondering, like, if they hit you like that with the trigger words and everything.
They can. That's why we use words like jab,
Right.
and that kind of thing. You got to tiptoe around it, but usually what I do on my show is when we're gonna, if we go into those discussions, because the blue-haired communists in the basement of Google will freak out and, you know, give me a strike. So I just go ahead and tell YouTube to piss off, and I cut that stream and continue only over on Rumble. But I give people plenty of time and a link to be able to come over there. So
okay, yeah, because we weren't just I wasn't used to it, and then I kept. I guess I'd said a few things and got it zapped and all that.
They really want you to trust the medocracy. So, which just surprises me. My sign-off slogan is, you know, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass. That's from a movie you've probably never seen, The Jerk.
Oh, I've seen it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's Steve Martin.
Oh my God, it's like my favorite movie in the entire world, man. I've watched that movie 100 times, hundreds of times. I know every line as it's coming up. It's funny as shit, and I'll still laugh. I still laugh.
Didn't you post a clip from it one day or something when you were in a battle or something like that? Maybe it was somebody else, but the part of the airport scene or something.
The airport scene.
Maybe I'm thinking of something completely different. Don't
Yeah,
mind me.
it might have been something different. I know the one that gets me is the okay. So this reminds me of how people are always, you know, well, they should pass a law. You know, like criminals pay attention to fucking laws, really, right? So the guy he gets his name in the phone book, right? And then the next scene is that guy with his eyes closed picking somebody out of the phone book, and he's like, Navin Johnson. Seems like a real random son of a bitch, you know? And so he's like, come back, you random victim son of a bitch, trying to shoot him. He hates these cans. But the thing is, when he chases him, right? Navin runs through that gate, and there's a sign at the gate that says carnival personnel only. And the guy that's chasing him stops because of it. Yeah. And he's going, hey, you're not carnival personnel. Like, this guy broke every fucking law in the world until it came to that one. And it was like, oh, there's a sign. I have to obey it.
That says everything, right?
It's kind of like having an equation. Can't go around it.
Well, you know, a lot of those equations, what they do is they're worked back from a foregone conclusion.
Exactly.
Yep.
So it doesn't prove anything at all. It's just, and it's like what I tried to explain to that retard was this. If I can replicate the sky inside of a planetarium, the movements and everything, so that it replicates exactly what you see if you were to step outside the door, and you use all your assumed values, you got the same angle of view. If you want to have two viewing points, you can switch to that location and take your measurements, right? And you're still going to get the same results that you did outside, because you used assumed values. The ones inside the building, though, that we know that they're only a matter of yards away from you. But because you're using assumed values, you're going to get the exact same measurements.
Exactly. They don't understand scale. That just because it works at the scale that you imagine it to be doesn't mean it doesn't work at another scale also.
Exactly. And then it's like, well, if it got down that small, then it wouldn't be a ball. Yes, I know. Right?
Thank you.
And there was that split second. You're like, yeah,
there
what it is. And then they go right back. It's like,
I love it when they'll post a paper. They post some kind of a paper from somebody or whatever. And it's they say, there, what do you got to say about that? Are you gonna disagree with these scientists? I say, yes, I am going to, and I will disagree with them.
And if they were standing right here, I'd tell them the same damn thing.
You goddamn straight. I'm not. See, it's the perception deception. You see, we are programmed to perceive certain people within our societal structure in different ways. This is why doctors are almost revered in a godlike sense.
Yeah.
People will shut up because there's some kind of an authority. And it's like, no, hey, get your head straight. That's just a human mechanic and not a very good one at all.
I know.
Okay. It's or a cop, you know, it's like, that's just another dude, man. You know, just because he's got that silly costume on doesn't make him above you or below you or any other thing. He's just a dude wearing a stupid costume. It's not until you've done something that he can have any kind of authority.
Right.
over
Isn't
you.
it amazing how they completely change, though?
Yes.
I've known a couple.
Well,
They were completely different when that uniform off.
yes, they are. That's I've often said. If you, how do you turn a pussy into a dick? You give him a badge. I mean,
Sorry to any
hey.
flat Earth cops out there. We need more of you.
we're not all bad. One thing I
No.
one thing they all start looking the same. My neighbor's my friend, and he's a cop, so no
Nice.
biggie. So Ironton Auditor's in the house with us here tonight too. Ironton Auditor's a good guy. Flow State has joined us. I'm surprised he hasn't. Yeah, there you go. There's something. Flow State's coming on. Flow State has been coming to the thing, man. We've been talking a lot, and he's been watching, and he's been asking all the right questions, man.
They should be completely different stars every 6 months.
Yeah, you're on the other side of the sun. What the hell,
I
right?
know.
Yeah.
Here's Hugh Bothwell. Any of you guys, does that sound familiar to you?
No.
The name sounds familiar.
Yes,
but I
from
don't know.
Twitter.
I guess it is. You got a camera, Hugh? I'm going to put him up tentatively. Welcome to the show, Hugh. How are you tonight? Oh, I
Not
see.
too bad.
you
How are
there.
you doing?
Good.
What's up, man?
Hey.
So what's on your mind tonight, Hugh?
Oh, just watching the video a bit. I've been debating you on Twitter for a while, GSV empiricist.
Yeah, I see now your parentheses. It didn't show up down here in the backstage. I only got @G, and that was the end of it. It's a Hugh Bothwell @G down there, but up here it's got the full
Thank
thing.
you much, Lee.
What have you measured lately? Is that a take from the Janet Jackson song?
Well, it's a joke on empiricist, which is like depending on measurement.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
I like
Well,
You measured here lately.
oh, this is confusing. Okay, I got a big delay before I hear myself again.
Oh, you should close out whatever platform you were watching this on,
Yeah.
Right,
and,
got it. One
um,
moment here.
or mute it, or mute it.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Yeah, otherwise that'll freak you out, man. You'll think,
Yeah, I'm starting to like, where's this coming from? Anyway, okay, here we are. So I've been debating you on Twitter a couple of times. I was the guy who suggested that we can actually measure the distance between Earth and the Sun
Uh-huh.
by looking at the transit of Venus or the transit of Mercury.
Yeah,
And a couple of times you said, well, that only gives you an angle.
right.
Well, the reason you're waiting for the transit of Mercury or of Venus is because it gives you a baseline to measure very, very accurate angles from either end of a known distance on Earth.
Well, let me just stop you real quick on that. What I'm wondering about these objects that are transiting the sun,
Mhm.
right? If you don't have any idea their size, their distance, or the actual speed at which they're going, they're just an object transiting the sun.
True, but you don't know their size. You
That's
don't
right.
need to know their size. It's irrelevant.
Why?
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, then you'd
You're
have
not
to know
using
their
their
distance.
size.
You'd have to know their distance then.
You don't need to know their absolute distance. What you need to know is their relative distance as a
Right.
fraction of Earth's
Relative
distance.
distance to what?
The distance from Venus to the Sun
Okay.
as
What
a
is
fraction of
that? Wait a second.
from Earth
What
to the
is-
Sun.
What
It's
is
about
the-
72%
How do you know that?
from the orbital period.
From your, how do you know that though? How do
By
you really
measuring
know
it.
it's orbiting the sun? You only see it transit.
Because
the sun.
it's visually obvious. If
Okay,
you
wait,
look
all
at
right,
Venus,
wait, let me back this up. Let me just back you up because here's where your assumptions are coming in. You're assuming that you know the distance from Venus to the sun.
as a fraction of Earth's distance from the Sun.
Well, you don't know Earth's distance from the sun. That's what we're trying to find out. And if you don't know Earth's distance from the sun, and you don't know Venus's distance from the sun, and you don't know Earth's distance from Venus, then you don't have any numbers to work with, do you?
Actually, you do.
What number would you work with? They're all unknown.
You can observe the orbit of Earth, sidereal orbit. You see when it lines up against the stars at the same angle versus the sun.
Well,
That gives you your sidereal year for Earth. And you could observe Venus's orbit around the sun and get the same measure, the time it takes Venus to go once around the sun.
Well, wait a second. What makes you think the Earth is going around the sun?
Well, you have two choices. Either you are geocentric and the sun is going around Earth,
No.
or it's heliocentric and the Earth is going around the sun.
Okay.
And if you look at every other planet, you
Mhm.
see that they all go around the sun.
No, we don't see that
I
at
don't
all. We
see
see
that.
that they move through the sky. We don't ever see them
This
go
is
around the sun.
precisely why you see retrograde motion on the outer planets and you see a maximum extension on the inner planets. You never see Venus more than 47 degrees from the sun. It doesn't go there.
You're getting those
Because-
distances and angles by assuming that you know the distance from here to the sun, or you can't know those angles.
It's a measurable angle.
How?
By observing the sun and Venus, you can measure
By
the angle of
assuming
separation.
its distance, assuming the
Right.
size of Venus, assuming how
The
far,
size
you
of
have to
Venus
have
is
some
completely irrelevant.
variable to know what the other ones are. You can't have all unknowns. It doesn't work like that. Everything is unknown unless you touched it yourself, measured it in some way. You're looking at a light in the sky, they're telling you how far it is, they're telling you how big it is, and it works at multiple other scales. Just because you're pigeonholed into believing that that's where it is and how big it is, that doesn't mean it's true.
Boom.
Principle, I agree, but in fact, in this instance, I can explain exactly why you're wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd love to hear it.
If you look at the sun and you have Venus in the sky at the same time, you can measure an angle between them. It's an angle, it's not magic. Okay. If you watch Venus over time, you can see that it never goes further than 47 degrees from the sun. Again, this is just an angle, it's measurable. Okay.
From us, from our viewpoint, right? Like
Right.
From
we're
us,
angling-
from our viewpoint on Earth.
Thank you. I was just gonna
Okay.
say.
It's an angle. You know, sextant, you can measure it, theodolite, whatever. Telescope, you can measure it. Venus is actually a really nice example because its orbit is very close to circular. It has very low eccentricity. There's very little change in distance. And yes, I see you worrying there, Sovereign Soul.
No,
but if
no.
you
How
look
could
at-
you possibly know any of what you just said? How do you know that it's actually
Because you
orbiting
read
the sun?
Because you can observe its orbit, you can observe its
Stop. Let's keep on
phases.
on track, though. He's explaining how you can get this measurement with one variable.
Thank you. We can come back and look at this, but for the moment, assume that you can. Oh, shit, just hang on here. Dismiss. There we go.
Convenient.
Saved by the bell.
He's talking to his girlfriend on screen. He's like, "Hey, call me."
Call me.
No, no.
Real
That's my-
quick, I just want to welcome Flo State to the show. Flo
What's up,
State,
man?
good dude,
Does that
man.
mean
Hold on.
Florida? Are you in Florida? Is that the
I'm
flow
in
state?
Kansas City.
Oh, that's
Oh.
not Florida at
Oh,
all.
well. Yeah.
No, but Kansas is flat as a pancake.
It is. Measurably so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You live in the
Okay.
flattest state next to ours, man, or close to ours. So congratulations.
What's yours?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake.
What
Okay.
state is flatter than Kansas? I'm feeling a little bit
Oh,
competitive.
sorry, my
flatter.
state.
flatter
Ontario
than
is not it's a province, not a state. I'm up in Canada. Canadian, eh? I can say
Canadians
the
with their
maple
clapping
syrup is
heads.
fantastic.
He's just out in the boot.
Hey,
I am a big fan of maple syrup, though.
Oh,
yeah, you
second
bet.
water.
Well, big business over in Quebec. Anyway, back to where we were.
Not anymore.
Venus. There are two ways that you can know the relative size of Venus's orbit versus Earth's orbit. The first is the maximum extension. That's the maximum angle that it ever appears relative to the sun. And the second one is the orbital period. Okay. We know how orbital dynamics works. You can actually work it out from radial vector calculus. Long story. But we know that the mean orbital radius of a body is related to the 2/3 power of its orbital period.
Hold on, don't say we, because I don't know that. You might know that, but I definitely don't know that.
I could
that's
drive
true.
it for you, but we'd be here all night.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. So measuring the orbital period of the Earth, which is a year, and measuring the orbital period of Venus, we can work out the relative size of their orbits. So you don't know what the size of Earth's orbit is, you don't know what the size of Venus's orbit is, but you know that Venus's orbit is 72% as big as Earth's orbit.
So that's dependent, though, on the assumption that Earth and Venus are both orbiting the sun.
Yeah.
Yes, which you can work out by observation. If you take a telescope, you look at Venus, you can look at how its phases change. The lighted face is always facing the sun. You can see in its motion, it's orbiting the sun. I mean,
we from observation, we really can't even
question.
confirm that this is the same sun we're seeing every day. It could be a new sun every day, at least from what I can see.
Good point.
So,
oh my God.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just sort of playing devil's advocate. I don't.
Well, if you want to play Magical Suns, well, that's a different game. I wouldn't even know where to
Magical
start with.
Planets.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Magical
Well, here's
universes.
one. Okay, if you had like 12 people spaced out around the equator 2 hours apart,
Can we
you could
lock
have a
in what's
continuous
resource
chain of people watching the sun as it goes all the way around the Earth over the course of a day. Okay, do we disagree with that? You could have 12 observers. You could have them watch the sun as it goes all the way around.
You could also have them do the exact same thing on a flat Earth, standing at what you guys call the equator and holding hands, and it would circle exactly the same above them.
Yes, you
Yeah,
could.
yeah, I agree. The analemma actually wouldn't even work on a globe, man. If you watch how it
The
goes.
analemma. Okay, we're getting way off track here.
I'm just
the
saying,
analemma
there's
works
an observation
exactly
right there.
because the globe is in an elliptical orbit.
So say you.
So say me. So says Kepler's third law, which again can be derived by radial vector calculus.
So imagination.
So all this stuff
We
is
don't live in a
self-referential.
No, radial vector calculus. It's not imagination.
It's all imagination. Because first we have to imagine that the Earth is going around the sun. We also have to imagine that the wandering stars are going around the sun. That's all assumptive. Every bit of that is assumptive.
Yep.
Okay.
You're not.
We also
imagining
we
that
also
the
we have
stars
to look
go
at the
around
fact that
the
there is
sun.
no movement of the
You
Earth.
are. How do you know the Earth is going around the sun? Tell me, how do you know that? If you woke up from a coma today,
That's
and no one
about
had ever
4
told you
steps
anything
down the
about
line.
Earth,
Here comes the we claim.
That's
You-
about
we
4
know.
steps down the line
You
because
just said we know the Earth is orbiting the sun. So before we go any further, tell me how you know that, or we can't go further with that assumption.
for the purpose of measuring the sun's distance from Earth, it does not matter whether
It
the Earth
does.
is going around the sun or whether the sun is going around the Earth, so long as we can agree that Venus is going around the sun.
Well, I don't agree with that either.
Have you ever observed Venus through a telescope?
That doesn't prove that it's going around.
Venus
the
is only
sun.
visible at night, correct?
Venus is visible for about 2 hours after sunset or before dawn, depending on where it is in its orbit.
So you can
But if
only
we're both
see
going
around
around
the
the sun, then from our perspective, we wouldn't be able to observe it circling the sun at all. It would be just staying with us.
Right. Yeah.
So we observe by observing it relatively staying in the same spot. That's how we're observing it going around the sun.
No, you see it at either side of its orbit,
You're
about
assuming
14 months
because-
apart.
You're assuming because we're circling the sun and it's following this certain pattern along with us, that it too must be circling the sun. Well, I'm saying we're not circling the sun. So then that throws that whole thing out.
Right. So now what?
Okay, for the purpose of measuring
Okay,
the
there
sun's
you go.
distance, it doesn't matter whether Earth orbits the sun so long as Venus orbits the sun.
But I'm saying Venus doesn't orbit the sun. I'm saying
Yeah,
the
but
sun
you can
goes
observe
around
that it
over
does.
you have proof. I don't have proof that it does. You're saying because the light shines on one side, you don't know that the sun's causing that light. You don't know any of that. You're assuming it.
We do know the sun
No, you
causes
don't.
light
You don't
because
know
we
that.
can do
You don't know the
spectrographic
light that you
analysis
see
of the
is coming
solar light
from the
from
sun.
the sun and of the light reflecting from Venus.
Nope.
And you can show that they match up that the
Can you show
dropout
that?
absorption lines. Can I show that? I do not have a spectrograph. I have used one
So
at
you're
the Fort
trusting
Davis
other people.
Observatory.
So let's not trust other people. Let's trust our own eyes and our own
I have
measurements that we
used
can
one
do.
at the Fort Davis Observatory in Texas.
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
It's a collection of
Dude, you're my new best friend.
telescopes sitting on a mountainside.
I know. I mean, I'm not a stupid person, so I know that if it's
Right.
past me, then it's past
Oh,
some
what
other
is the
people in the chat. At least
spectroscope?
I'll be the
Okay.
guy.
You know, if you have a prism, you hold
Yes.
a prism in front of light and it splits the light out into a rainbow.
That means that the sunlight is gay, right?
If that makes you happy. Um,
And the show's
See,
over.
hey, same thing. Let's
but
go.
you can take the white light. The white light coming from the sun is actually a mix
Right.
of colors. You put it through a
God damn
prism
it.
and it splits it out into a rainbow.
Okay.
A spectrograph is basically a really accurate version of that. You can split the color out and put it onto a film plate, and then you can examine very fine lines in the color where certain colors don't come through because those specific colors are absorbed by certain elements. There are
That's
different
a
absorption lines.
whole
So
lot
you
of
can do
variables.
That's a
An-
lot of work.
It sounds sort of, and it
analysis
just
of
could
the
just
light
be my
source.
ignorance, but it sounds like reading RuneStick, sort of.
Except that you can do the same thing in a lab. You can heat an element up until it gives off light and then measure the light that it gives off. So you can replicate this under controlled circumstances in a lab.
In a lab.
Isn't there atmosphere or air in a lab?
If you want to do it in vacuum, you can do it in vacuum. It's more
Has
work.
anyone ever done it in a vacuum?
Nope.
That's a good question. I'd have to look it up.
So then we don't know what we're talking about here. So then let's go on to another point. Because space is a vacuum, so you can't apply what you can do in a lab unless it was done in a vacuum. And to space, according to your model, I say space is not a vacuum, and that's absolute ridiculous nonsense.
We
So-
can measure the change in atmospheric
Who's
pressure
we?
by altitude.
I can measure the change
I've
inside
only
a
done it up to
can of
10,000
compressed
feet,
air.
but you can send up a weather balloon and
It
do it up to
doesn't matter.
135,000
A
feet.
can
Not a
of
weather balloon and
compressed
not change
air.
curvature either.
A can of compressed air
I'm-
or
I'm
freon
sorry,
or
I missed what
propane
Bill
has
said.
a gradient also. So we can prove that you can have a gradient in an enclosed container. So your gradient
that-
doesn't mean anything.
That is actually true. If you have a tall container, you can measure pressure
It doesn't
gradient,
even
a
have to
vertical
be tall.
pressure
I did
gradient
air
inside of it.
conditioning for 15 years. A 1 foot tall can of Freon is solid liquid at the bottom and it's thin air at
No,
the top. Which
no,
is
no,
why
no.
you have to
That's
turn it
phase
upside
change. That's a
down.
completely different thing.
That's a gradient.
What?
There's a
It's a
pressure
gradient.
gradient. There's more pressure on the bottom, causing it to be a liquid, and it's lighter at the top, which is causing it to be a gas. Don't say that's
Oh,
not
for
true,
fuck's sakes.
because I did it for a very long time, and I know the difference. There's
Yeah,
a
I
pressure
can, I,
gradient.
can, I can also attest to the fact that, yes, in this atmosphere that we're in right now, we have liquid water at sea level. But if you take that liquid water up higher and higher until you get to a lower pressure, that water is going to start boiling. That
Yep.
water's going to start boiling. It's going to turn to steam. And you know what it's going to do when they put it in
Water
space in a
vapor.
vacuum? It's going to turn into a vapor completely because it wants to fill the empty space.
It's going
That
to do the
brings me
same
to-
thing the saliva on the dude from NASA's tongue did when they tried to put him in a vacuum in a spacesuit.
Started cooking his mouth, man. He almost died.
Okay. Freon is not the gradient we're talking about.
All right,
talking
let's
about
It's
a
a
gas
gas.
pressure gradient.
Oxygen is a gas. You're saying you can't have a
Acetylene.
gradient in a container. You can have a
That's
gradient in the
not
container.
what I'm saying. I am
That is
saying
exactly
you
what you
can.
said.
Do not put words in my mouth. What I said is you absolutely can have a pressure gradient inside a container, but liquefied freon is not that gradient.
Well, not when we're talking about the atmosphere, no.
If you have a canister of, call it liquid, no, liquid isn't going to do it.
But
Tall canister of gas, you can measure a change in
What
pressure from
gas?
top to bottom.
What gas? Because pretty much any gas goes
Any
to a
gas.
liquid. So if it's
Call it
pressurized-
helium, call it oxygen, call it
Okay.
hydrogen, whatever. They'll
so
all do the same
inside
thing.
that container,
You
inside
will
that
have a
container-
pressure gradient.
just
So
listen,
what
just-
Ted said was
One-
correct. If you
one
had a
free-
roof on the atmosphere, you would still see an air pressure gradient under that roof.
Okay.
Okay.
So the gradient thing is bullshit when you guys are always arguing about, but the gradient, because it
No,
fades out to
because
zero. The Canadian
the
Karen,
reason,
hold on,
the
listen,
reason-
Canadian Karen, okay, one of your compatriots on there, Kaylee, I think it is. I call her Canadian.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Canadian Karen, that's what I call her. Anyway, she contends, as most of you guys do, that it just goes to a thinner and thinner gradient until it just melds out to nothing, like watercolor spread onto a canvas.
which
And
it
it's
does.
like,
Exactly
you
what
have
it
no
is.
idea how thermodynamics work, do you? You have no idea what gas pressure does. Okay. Inside of our propane tank, we have a liquid at the bottom,
Yes.
and there's a gradient above that, because at the top is going to be less pressure inside the tank than there is toward the bottom. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the propane in the form of a liquid. Once
That's a
containment is
phase
breached,
change.
listen, once containment is breached, nature gives fuck all about any of your gradient at all. Equalization occurs rapidly and violently. Okay?
Absolutely.
That's all. There is no gas pressure system of any kind, gradient or not,
Hang on a moment. I have to
without-
close the door here.
without containment. Okay. And if you want to do a little mind experiment about the gravity's holding the air, okay,
It is.
we could take it.
No, out.
Hold on, wait. Let's take
Hang
a
on.
look.
Sorry. No, my dog is coming to visit me. Out, out, out,
Oh.
out.
We like dogs. Dogs are cool. They can
I
talk.
do.
kind of
He's a
dog?
great dog, but he
Yeah, what
barks.
kind of dog is it?
Australian cattle dog.
Okay,
Right on.
approve.
Right on.
So
You have good taste in dogs, just not Earths.
You were getting
Yeah,
judged
thank
by
you.
your
Yes, he
dog
is a very
breed.
good dog.
let's just
He's trying to tell me it's time for bed.
Let's just consider this, Hugh. You have a box. Let's
Yep.
suppose we have a box that it will seal, and we got like a little remote control that'll allow the thing to open up. Okay, so we seal up that box out here. Of course, it's got the same pressure inside the box as outside the box. We seal it up.
Yep.
And we put it inside of a vacuum chamber. Okay. Now, we all agree that gravity is what's holding the vacuum chamber to the earth, the air inside the box, and the air inside the vacuum chamber. But we're going to remove as much of the air. We're going to get it as close to a near vacuum as we possibly can. Right? Now, if gravity can actually prevent equalization against the lower pressure system, or an absence of a pressure system, when we open that box, that air should stay in that box,
No,
right?
that's not what gravity predicts.
Well, then it won't work. Gravity's bullshit. We can defy gravity all the time merely by expanding the gas in a balloon with heat. Where's gravity then?
Okay, what gravity does.
We have a downward vector. You can call it.
It's up. Yes, downward vector is fine. What gravity does is it tries to pull the air down to Earth.
What do you mean
And
from
at
the
every
earth? How do
height-
you know? How do you know what's inside the earth any deeper than 7.5 miles? How do you know?
Deep seismology. You
You
listen
don't
for
have any
earthquake
deep
reflections.
seismology. Listen, when they dug the
Well,
coal
hey,
and
you
deep-
keep changing the subject.
no, I'm just going to tell you. I'm asking you. This is all has to do with your bullshit theory. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. When they dug the coal a deep borehole, right?
Yep.
They had people with all that equipment right there on site, right? And they were saying, you're going to run into rock now. And they were wrong. Okay, you're not going to run into any more water. They were fucking wrong. They were wrong every step of the way till they got down 7, almost 8 miles, and then hit something they could not penetrate any further. They couldn't drill any further. That was it.
They
And
couldn't
so
drill any
that's the
further because
equivalent.
The
Listen to me
temperature
here.
is
Listen.
up to like
That's
300
the
and something
equivalent.
degrees.
That's the equivalent of drilling
Yes, sir.
halfway through the skin of an apple and then telling somebody what's in the middle of the core.
Just a moment here. I'll be with you in a moment.
I mean, that's ridiculous. This is what's known as pseudoscience. Oh, an definition of a theory
Still there? Okay.
is the antonym to
Maybe not.
You're glitching, Sav.
Glitching again.
back.
Didn't think
The
station
definition.
You got to stop doing them from the ISS, bro.
Go back up.
He's gone out over the Pacific.
It's hard to keep a connection at
Maybe he crashed into a
17.5.
satellite.
Yeah, you got to watch those
Okay.
things. dude.
So his air in a box in a vacuum chamber, that's not how gravity contains air. If you look at how atmospheric pressure changes as you go up, air at every height is compressed by the weight of the air above it. That's what makes the gradient.
Have you been
So
there?
I've been up to 10,000 feet. I have my single engine pilot's license. I've
Wait,
been
wouldn't it-
personally up.
Sorry, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't the weight of the air below it be trying to expand and push it out?
It does.
Equalize?
That's
Yeah.
what air pressure is.
Okay.
And it's compressed, it's held down by the weight of the air column above it.
Okay.
But I mean, if
All right,
it's
let me just ask this then. So there's a point out there
Yep.
where it goes from some pressure to no pressure, right?
No, it
No?
drops to very, very low pressure.
So we're
very,
at
very
one-
low,
wait,
still
wait, wait,
some.
wait. At one point,
It is still some. You
Where?
can go out
In
4
space?
times as
You're
far as
talking
the
about-
moon, and you still have like 3 atoms per cubic centimeter
negative 10 to the 17, bro.
is still positive.
It's still an immense fucking pressure differential.
Okay. No, actually, it's not. If you do 10 to the negative 17 is 1 over 10 to the 17th, which is like 10 billionths of a billionth. It's tiny, tiny, tiny. You have a way bigger change in pressure between sea level and 1 foot above sea level than you do between 100 kilometers and infinity.
These are our faces.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that?
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That was all. Oh, he's gone again. Anyway,
Uh-oh.
okay, if you picture it as a curve, which is probably just a me thing. Anyway, the change in pressure is much higher at low altitudes. That's where the fastest change in pressure is. If you need a lid anywhere, that's where you need a lid, is like 1 foot above sea level.
Okay.
Listen, I don't even know what to say. All I can say is I used to believe everything you believe, and you can find the answers that they want you to find anywhere. Yes, they've made up an excellent story, and it all checks out excellently.
It
That
does all
doesn't
check
make
out
it true.
excellently.
It doesn't make
Oh.
it true, because when you actually test it with real numbers and actually in reality and not just
Okay.
using equations, it doesn't
So-
work anymore.
Give me an example of real life where it doesn't check out.
We can see way too far, where you would have to see around curvature, and you're going to try to tell me that light refracts and that we're seeing stuff
Yes.
around a bend, and
I
Why
that's
do we-
not true.
Because
And we see
it
the
does
same
a
stars
little
all
bit.
year round.
I know that's a big one too.
At near the north or south poles, yes, you do.
Well,
Around the
if-
equator, you
It
don't.
doesn't even matter.
That
if-
is the
North or
precession
South
of the,
Pole.
the
If
zodiac.
6 months later we're on the opposite side of the sun at night, you should be looking the opposite direction of the sun than you are 6 months earlier in a completely opposite side of the galaxy, and you're not. You see the same stars
Oh.
every night.
Okay, do you know what the precession of the zodiac
God,
is?
here we go.
It
What is it?
literally is. The changes. If you go out in the evening, like 10 o'clock, and you look up at the sky toward, if you're in the north hemisphere, you look toward the south, like 45 degrees above the horizon,
hmm
the stars that you see there change over the course of a year. If you go out in January, you see Orion. If you go out in February, you see
Yeah, but if you go out on
the
January
Taurus.
1st and you go out on January 1st a year later, you see the exact same ones. If you go out on January
Yes.
1st and then you go out on January or July 1st, you see the same stars just in a different place. You wouldn't be able to see them at all
No.
because they would be on the complete opposite side of the sun. You wouldn't be able to see past the sun to the vastness of space to see the same stars you see at night 6 months apart. It's physically impossible.
Very true, and you cannot see the constellation Orion in July,
So one of them you can't see at one time.
and
because
you
it
can't
happens to be
see
in that
Taurus
precession.
in August, and you can't see. I don't know the whole
That's
precession off
because
the
they're
top
on
of
the
my
other
head.
side of the plane.
That's
too
because
far
they're
away
on
from
the
it. Hit a
opposite
black
side
hole.
of the sun.
That's no.
Because the nearest black hole is,
every
I don't
single
know,
star you saw.
15,000 light
or a
years
giant
away.
rock or something. The ones that are always just missing us. You know, I'm not trying to
Most
dumb
of
it
the
down a little
giant
bit,
rocks
but,
aren't so giant.
you know, when's that
But
going
what
to
we're
happen?
talking about the Earth is spinning on its axis and
Yes.
swirling around the sun
Yeah.
in the Milky Way, and
Whirling
everything's
is
expanding
overstating
constantly.
a bit.
Huh?
Whirling is overstating a bit. It goes around once a year.
At what speed?
I think you stated it just fine, man.
67,000 miles an hour.
That counts
That's
as
not
whirling. That's whirling.
Uh,
for sure.
That's a world.
It's
That's a
not
hell of a world.
whirling if you're at the end of a 93 million mile long
But I said it was
arm.
whirling on its axis, and it is whirling. What's the speed that is?
Yes, once a
Okay,
day.
so that's the 67 thousand miles an hour.
That's the 1,040 miles per hour at the equator.
Okay, that's still definitely whirling.
At the end of an arm that's
Dude, it's
3,900
all-
miles long.
So here's the thing, though. Like, obviously, you can tell that we don't trust authority, and whether or
I
not you
do
think
see
that's for
that.
good reason. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what we're trying to do is we've been given this story, and anything that we can test using the scientific method in our real world seems to it's contradictory to that. Also, things that we understand, like how vacuums equalize pressure. What we're looking for is some way that all this stuff can be tied back to hard measurements. And what we
Yes.
get in this system is a lot of self-referencing and a lot of assumptions. And then if you need a catch-all, just blame it on gravity, right? But the whole narrative is, if you looked at it from a distance as a stranger, if you never heard the heliocentric model and hadn't been raised with it your whole life, seeing globes everywhere, would you believe it?
I would measure it myself, and once I saw that it was measuring out accurately, yes, I would believe it.
And how do we do that? I don't have a spectrometer, a gay diamond, light refractor, I don't even have a good telescope, so.
Well, first thing you could do is fix that problem. Telescopes are not that expensive.
I'm that poor.
You're that poor. Okay. Do you have a good camera on your cell phone?
Yeah. What is it? I guess I could look up telescopes. I can afford a telescope probably.
You can get a moderately decent refractor telescope for $250-ish.
Refractor telescope?
Refractor is the one with glass lenses as opposed to a reflector. Most of the bigger ones are reflectors. They use mirrors instead of lenses.
What are other good things that are important in a telescope?
Biggest one is the diameter. I mean, they call it a light bucket. It's the bigger the diameter, the more light it picks up, the brighter your picture will be. It's
that's what
pretty
she
simple.
said.
Yeah. Second thing is focal length. It determines how much magnification you can get out of it, and it depends what you want to look at. If you want to look at a big wide, like a 30-degree swath of the night sky, you get a different telescope than if you want to look at Jupiter and its moons. You need more
That sounds like a great.
magnification.
But so I got it in my search history now, so I remember to get a telescope. But since I
Cool.
don't have one, and since what's another way around that? Because I don't need a telescope to know that the space vacuum should definitely suck up all the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to touch
Okay,
on.
just
Drew.
hold it.
This is what I wanted to touch on with
It's
that.
a good
too, is
question,
That okay? There
but it's a
has to be a
misconception
point.
because
between-
vacuum doesn't suck. Pressure blows.
I understand that. However, equalization, and you don't confuse it with a vacuum cleaner that does use a vacuum by causing an absence of pressure in a chamber, which through the laws of nature will have no other choice but to equalize with the outside pressure,
Right.
causes a vacuum through the nozzle. Okay. We know what a vacuum is. I went to the same shitty indoctrination centers you did. Okay.
Okay, maybe
don't
you
act
could
like I
drop
never
the
went to school. I hate
commentary
that.
on my
All right, now,
indoctrination.
yeah, it is fucking indoctrination. Absolutely 100%. 100%. I could teach a child in a couple of hours a week more than what they can teach in 12 fucking years of slave school. Okay, I can guarantee you that. Now, what I'm getting at here is there's a point between our atmosphere and space. Okay, So what is pressing? Where is where that pressure? What is causing that pressure against the atmosphere? Is it space? Because pressure means pressing, right? The word press is like the root word of pressure.
Okay, what is
So
happening?
now these suppositions that are made, Hugh, these suppositions that are made are wild speculation, because you can make all the math you want to in the world, but math does not describe reality all of the time at all, especially when you
Math
go from a
is a
foregone, when you
language
go from,
for
listen to me,
building models
when you
which
go,
can
yeah, I
describe
know. Okay,
reality.
so build me a model that can prove that an atmosphere, a pressurized gas system, can exist within a non a void, a vacuum, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Show me that can exist. Go down to Walmart and get you a bucket of propane,
Or propane accessories.
you know, or go get yourself a bucket of carbon dioxide. Unless it's in the form of CO2, dry ice, you're not going to be able to do it. And you know what? It starts equalizing with the outside atmosphere anyways. So you can never have, unless you can draw all the math from a foregone conclusion, works backwards to your convenience, all that you want to. However, it doesn't. It's not reality, because unless you can, and science requires proof.
You do it the other way around. You start by taking measurements, and then you figure out how the measurements relate, and you figure out what's going on from those measurements.
Yeah, but you're not really figuring out what's going on, because you still think that there's some kind of magic fucking magnet in the middle of the planet that's sucking everything to the middle of it. I mean, you guys actually argued with me.
That's exactly what the
construction
Cavendish
plumb
experiment
lines are not parallel.
proves.
Oh, Cavendish.
They're not. I've
Yeah.
measured them not being parallel. They diverge by 0.009 degrees per kilometer.
Your fucking plumb line was broke. Jesus.
And you can measure it with a pair of theodolites.
Oh Lord,
With what? You can measure it with what?
A theodolite is a
No, I just
survey
didn't
thing.
hear the word. I know what it is. I
Yep,
didn't
okay.
hear
2
the word.
theodolites. If you set up a pair of theodolites like a kilometer or a kilometer and a half apart, and each one you have looking at the other one, you can use it, you can measure the angle between straight up and the optical center of the far theodolite.
What shoes
Okay.
were you wearing when you did that experiment?
Oh God, got a pair of cheap kickers from Canadian
My
Tire.
point is, did you actually do that, or are you just
Yes,
saying
I
that
actually
it
did
works?
that.
What is a theodolite?
Okay.
It sounds like
If you
a
ever see the
gender or
guy
something.
standing next to the highway with like a telescope thing on a tripod,
Oh, the
that's a
surveyor?
theodolite. So you
Okay.
can use it to really, really accurately measure directions and elevation angles.
Hey, let me
I
ask
had
you
no
something
idea what
about that, Hugh.
Yep.
It's there's a thing in the top of that theodolite, right below the instrument itself, I believe. What and it's
Tribrac for adjusting
yeah.
the level.
There's a thing. Yeah, there's a level in there. Isn't
Yep.
that interesting that you level at? Huh?
Yes, that's for initial setup. You don't have to get it perfectly level, but you want it fairly close.
definitely not going to
So
get
Well,
it.
wait
usually-
a second. Yeah, you want it perfectly fucking level, because as we discussed before, plumb is perfectly 90 degrees to level. If your shit's off, then so what? Your measurement's going to be off probably by 0.0009 or some dumb shit like that.
No. And you want to know why not? If you set your theodolite up a little bit off level, it will still work, because the way you take a measurement, you take one measurement forward, and then you flip it around to the left 180 degrees, flip the scope over 180 degrees, and you take a second measurement, and then you repeat that 3 times.
Well, cool. If you're not level, then that fucking thing's going
Like
to be
Beetlejuice?
Not quite, but the point is that your inaccuracy comes not from how the theodolite is sitting. Your accuracy is then on the internal mechanism of the theodolite, because if you can compare the forward and the reverse measurement, you compare those two, you can subtract out exactly the amount that your theodolite is off level by. That's how surveyors do it.
Huh.
You take a measurement ahead,
So
you flip
then
it
this
around
is
180
what's getting
degrees
me.
sideways and 180 degrees over, and you take a reverse sighting, And you can compare the two, and that will tell you exactly how much your theodolite was off level by, and therefore exactly what the actual measurement is.
Okay, well, let's put that to the test, because as that happens on land, we don't see that happening over large expanses of water. Okay, we
We
should
don't see
see,
what
of course.
happening.
Hold on, at the base of the Earth. Okay, we
Base
know
of the
that
Earth.
just where your feet are touching it.
Where you're standing, okay.
Right. Okay. At your foot level on the fucking ground.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Good. God damn, you guys have to explain every fucking thing to you.
Being
All right.
precise is important.
Yes, being precise is important. Like, understanding that you're guessing that the fucking Venus is orbiting the sun, and you're guessing its distance, and you're guessing all kinds of fucking bullshit to substantiate a stupid 93 million mile radius for the Earth's orbit. I mean, that's just the dumbest shit in the world.
But he's not
on the
guessing
Earth-
hostily.
On the Earth, we know that there's 8 inches. Well, so we want to be precise, 7.9 inches per mile squared. Correct? 7.9 inches
That's
per
a
mile
standard
squared.
approximation.
Okay, good enough. How come at 10 miles, which should be close to 67 feet of curvature,
Mhm.
okay, we can still see objects?
67 feet of tangent drop.
Yeah, okay, whatever you want to do. You're not
Right.
able to look around a fucking ball, Hugh. Sorry
Are
about
your
luck.
eyes at foot level?
What? No. So we can subtract. I was going to get to that. We can subtract the viewer height. We still
Right.
see objects that we should not be able to see.
Yep.
And the best
You
thing
see
about it is
objects.
we see more horizon beyond the object. Now,
Yes.
are you going to try to tell me that we're looking around a curve of water?
Yes, it's an optical air effect. Air refraction.
Good drugs. Good
I would love to see that
No
recreated in a
drugs
laboratory
needed.
I
setting.
want to see that recreated.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, if you go on YouTube, there's a
And
video
don't
where
show
a guy
me a
has
laser. No, don't show me a laser bending in a thicker medium. Show
lasers.
me
Yes,
the
in a
human
lab actually-
eye. Show
that
me
was
the
exactly
human
where I was
eye
going.
We know
seeing
that's where you're
around the
going.
curve.
Been here.
Okay.
Heard of it.
What you can do, you can replicate it at an easy to way see. There's a couple of videos on YouTube. Guy takes a tank of sugar water, and it's a gradient. It has the density is higher at the bottom of
That's
the tank
not
at
a
the top.
curve.
You want to wait half a second? You take this tank of gradiated density tank of sugar water, and you shine a laser in one end, and the laser beam curves as it goes through the tank, and
My
it bends
eyes
down.
aren't a laser. A laser is not the atmospheric light that we see. Show me being able to see around a physical object because of refraction. Me
Do
being
you
able to
agree?
see.
Do you agree?
Given the conditions that we're doing, we're not looking through fucking sugar water. We're looking across the fucking ocean, man.
Not only that, but
Okay.
when you tell me light's
Reflection.
Let
refracting,
me address one thing at a time. First, Ted, do you agree that light, if you have a beam of light leaving your eye, or a beam of light coming to your eye along the same path, they both take the same path? So
what
if
does
you
that have
shine
to
a
do with
laser,
a curve. I'm not talking about a laser, man. I'm talking about
Our
an
eyes.
eyeball looking
and I'm
around
talking
a
about
curve.
the light path.
I don't care what you can reproduce with the laser. You can tell me that that's the same light path that it travels, but then you also have to convince me that at 10 miles out it refracts this much, and at 20 miles out it refracts this much, and so on and so on. So it just all happens to
And
look
that has to
perfectly
coincide
flat.
with what we're
First-
seeing.
That's nonsense.
First, I want to show you that the light curving due to a gradient is possible.
I don't
Yeah.
care about a laser.
We're talking about, is it possible to be able to see an object lifted up 60 feet over a 10-mile distance
Okay,
so
first,
that it appears
your
at
is
eye
wrong.
level?
First, your measurement is wrong because
No, it
your
isn't
eyes
wrong
aren't
at
at two
all. It
levels.
isn't. Wait, whoa.
How's
Where
it
do you get
wrong?
that
It's
wrong?
just it's an example.
Because tangent drop and hidden height are not the same thing.
Yes. Okay. Well, you can't see around the ball, bro.
Go into
also, here's
AutoCAD.
even better.
Another
here's even
separate
better. The
different
fucking
thing.
distant object doesn't tilt away from you either.
How do we leave
Everything that you're trying to say, you can't prove in reality. You can only prove it
you
with using
can.
a laser. No,
Okay.
you can't. You're telling me to go look
The
at a laser.
the first thing is he wants to use the 8 inches per mile squared approximation, which is not exactly correct. It's an approximation, but it's a
over
pretty good one.
1,000 miles, it's about 8 inches off. So I'd say it's pretty damn good. So
I
let's just
absolutely
stop.
agree, and that is
So
what I
let's
said.
just stop saying it's not good. Where no one can see 1,000 miles. So
That's
let's just
not
stop
what
saying
I
it's not
said.
good.
It's a
What
straw
I
man
said
objection.
is it is an approximation, and it is a pretty good approximation for tangent drop, which is not hidden height. You're measuring two different things.
What's the difference between them?
Tangent drop is if you have, okay, you're standing at a spot on the ground, and you project a horizontal plane out from sea level beneath your feet.
Okay.
And then 10 miles away from that horizontal plane, you drop a line to sea level 10 miles away.
Already got
That
it.
line is 67 feet long.
But
Now-
hidden height would be even more.
Hidden height
Even
would
more of
be
a drop
less.
because the thing that you're observing is now sitting on an angle away from you.
A very slight angle, yes. 10 miles away, 0.09 degrees.
I've never seen that in any long distance photo ever.
Do
Never
you
seen
expect to see
anything leaning.
0.09 degrees leaning away
I
from
would
you?
expect a computer program to be able to pick it up, and you can't do that either.
Okay. For right now, let's look at hidden height. Okay. Tangent drop, you have a horizontal plane at your feet. The Earth curves down away from it. 10 miles away, the difference between the horizontal plane and the Earth's curved surface is 67 feet. That's tangent drop. Now, if you have an object, a tower, a statue, whatever, 10 miles away, standing at that point, you don't expect to see 67 feet of the statue hidden because your eyes at your end are much higher than where your
So
horizontal
why
plane
don't
is
we
hidden.
just do the
hidden-
calculation as if our eyes were at ground level, and then none of that matters?
Well, what you have
Hold
to
on,
do...
hold on. I have the calculation right here. With an eye height of 5 feet, I went with a target distance of 10 miles. Okay.
Okay.
And it says that the horizon distance is going to be just a second. They're trying to save my fucking power for some reason here. God damn it.
Oh, the CIA is sucking up all
Man,
the
you're
juice.
fucking with me hard. 2.738,199 miles
2.73,
is
yep.
that's your horizon distance. Okay. So the
one moment.
target
One moment
hidden
here.
height,
Sorry, what?
the hidden height of the target is 35.16 feet.
I'll try that.
Okay.
Okay, for you, 5 feet tall, horizon's 2.73 miles away. Now,
That's
is
where
that
my eyes are? That's where my eyes are.
correct?
I'm allowing for not my total body height. I'm allowing for the variance between my eye
Still
level
Okay.
and the top of my head.
Perfect. Now, so if you go from where you're standing, 2.73 miles toward the statue,
Mm-hmm.
and at sea level there, you set up a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
And now from that point, you work backwards. The tangent drop where you're standing is this 5 feet and change.
No, you're going to have the exact same fucking measurement.
Yes, exactly.
You're going back the other
That's-
way. So what?
That's the important point, is that horizon line is then your line of sight tangent
That's
to the
a
Earth.
visual horizon. That's
Absolutely.
not a physical horizon.
Is
The horizon is not physical, bro.
But from that point, 2.73 miles away from you, if you project the horizon the other way out to your statue, that tangent drop is the hidden height from your point of view.
Hang on. Let me get something here.
We can zoom now.
Who's paying you to make these arguments here? That's the real question.
Unfortunately, I'm not being paid. If anyone wants to pay me, I'd gladly take it. But no,
You work
I'm
for
not.
the
That's right.
Canadian
It's getting
CIA.
worse.
What's the Canadian CIA? The Bureau of a Boots.
The Ozer Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, it's going to be the same because you're on a freaking. You're supposing that you're on a ball. But here's the thing: when you're looking with your regular eyes, that's where how far out the horizon appears to be, right? And so then we see an object that appears to have gone over the horizon. It hasn't gone over the horizon; it has gone into the horizon. Okay, the vanishing
Is it
point of your
digging
angular
itself into the
perspective.
earth?
Shh, 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 shh. Listen. So now, from that same very standpoint, without changing our height or anything else, we use an optical lens to be able to bring the object back into view. Okay. Now, we didn't see around 35 feet of curvature, did we? No, not at all. In fact, we bring the object fully into view, minus the compression at the mirror line or vanishing point.
There is no compression at the mirror
Yes,
line.
there is. Look at any goddamn photograph taken with a telephoto lens, especially of buildings. Look at the bottom floors, compare them to the floors going up the building,
That's
and you
surface
will
effect
conclude that
correction.
there is either compression has happened or there are hobbits that live in the bottom parts of the building and giants that live in the top parts. Okay?
I'm going
So
with
you're
hobbits.
talking out your ass when you tell me that there's no compression. Dude, I'm a fucking photographer. I know what the hell I'm talking about. All right? So there is compression. There's visual things that happen. Have you ever noticed when you're watching a State of the Union or something? When I was a kid, I thought, good God, that vice president and that speaker, they're almost right on top of Richard Nixon, right? They're not. They're several feet behind them, but because of the focal length of the lens, it brings
Perspective
them to
compression
be
due
closer
to a
together.
zoom lens.
You
Yes.
have compression at the mirror line of the horizon due to angular perspective. All right.
You're
So now,
mixing
once
about
we
four
brought
different
hold
things
up,
together.
hold up. Once we have brought the boat back into view, supposedly over 35 foot a curve, we bring the boat back into view, and you know what else is cool is we see more horizon beyond the boat. So now what happened?
If
Did the
you
world get
see
bigger
more
because I zoomed
horizon
in?
beyond the boat, it is on your side of the horizon.
What?
What you are seeing is limited camera resolution. What's hiding the boat is the fact that your camera doesn't have the resolution to pick it up
No,
until you
it's
zoom
the
in on
same
it.
thing that
exactly what I'm
hides
seeing,
the
dude.
bottom. It's the same thing that when you see a truck coming at you on a flat stretch of road in the wintertime or in the summertime, especially when it's hot, right?
Yeah,
You
road
see a
mirage.
truck coming at you down the road, and way down there, it looks like it's a truck floating above.
Yeah.
It's this blurry, mirrory shit down at the very
Yep,
bottom.
I've seen
And
that.
it comes
Is that a
fully
mirage?
into view
Or
as
is it
it
coming
comes.
at you?
That's an
That's
inferior
called
mirage.
That's
Is it
refraction.
coming at you, dude? Is it not a truck?
I mean, that's
Are
refraction.
you high on something?
When you sit there and you calculate, that truck's coming, dude. We
Uh-huh.
see what we see.
Anyway,
That's what
that
she
is an
said.
inferior mirage, and you do sometimes get the same effect over water.
That is
Get
not
back over
an
water.
inferior-
So
that
the
is
Earth
not
only
a
curves over
mirage.
water.
That is
Yeah,
not
we
a
get it.
mirage.
What
That
happens
is
when you
not a
look left and
mirage.
right, man?
Actually, a mirage actually appears upside down.
That argument is
Uh,
definitely a gaslight, though.
Some do.
It is.
It is, for sure.
Because you're going to sit there and with your math tell me that what I'm seeing is that you're trying to tell me that I'm looking over 35 feet of curvature. I'm looking over around a curve because for some
I really need to
reason
be
in
able
your
to draw
world, your
diagrams here.
vision,
Damn it.
what, fucking bends?
Thanks to your refraction, it does a bit, not a lot. The standard surveyor approximation is you use a radius for Earth that's 7/6 the actual radius. The visual effect of air refraction is to slightly unbend the curve of the Earth to make it look a little bit bigger than it actually is.
Oh, I see. So
Everything's
nature-
out to fool you, man.
Yeah, nature's out to
Everything's
fool
out to
my
fool
ass
you.
every
All things are
fucking minute.
possible.
Here we go.
Nature is
It's
what
your
nature
government
is.
that's telling you the truth.
I'm sorry, what is telling me the truth?
Your
Not his
government,
government.
apparently, NASA, because everything you're talking about comes from that. Maybe not
You're
these.
missing about 20 other
all your
space
space
agencies, but
garbage.
anyway.
Look where they get their funding from. It's all from NASA. Come on,
But,
man.
and they've all
We
got
know
green
NASA
screen
runs it
glitches
all.
that go on constantly. So why would you trust any of them if they're green screening from space stations?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they just do
Don't
you
that.
guys just
because
I have
that's
seen-
certain.
I have seen one actual example.
Let me show you something.
They had a
I'll
school
bring it up in a minute.
teacher
No,
with a
Jesus,
ball up
dude,
above her, and what they did
Sovereign's
was
in
time
space
shifting.
right
It
now.
wasn't actually. I'm sorry, what is in space?
Sovereign. He's in space.
I'm up there right now, man.
Yeah, huh. I've seen the blotches in your jacket that blend through from time to time.
Yeah,
That's how you know.
That's
That's how you
That's
know.
the
I'm having
same
the
thing
same.
we see. It's,
I
that's
have
a
the
pocket
same-
of gravity.
Now, what are
dude.
we looking
Yeah.
at here?
Yeah. Now watch this. I want to show you something. This is pretty cool. Okay.
Hmm.
Do you see? You see what's going on at the
I see
vanishing
a
point? You see
whole
what's
lot of
happening at the
people.
vanishing point? Do you see? This is
Which one
called
are we looking at?
perspective. Take your
Let's
fucking
look at one
pick,
at a
man.
time.
Take your pick.
Okay, the guy on the football field, that's Crown Football Field. It's actual curvature.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
God
All right.
damn.
Can we
You
just-
think they play
can we
football on a
disagree to
fucking
disagree and
curved
move
field?
on?
Yeah, the center of a standard football field is raised about 15 to 18 inches for drainage.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
shut the fuck
oh my
up.
God, that's for drainage. It's not a.
Yeah,
oh,
it's for
man.
drainage. It's curvage. What do you want?
Listen to all the things you have to use to make your story work. You know what we have? It's flat. That's it. We don't need anything
Sounds
else.
like an assumption.
Yeah.
Well,
Measurable, provable thing. Show me water bending. You're assuming water bends. I can prove it doesn't. You're the one assuming, not me.
Actually, there's a bunch of photos of the
Oh
Lake
my
Pontchartrain
God,
Causeway.
Here we go.
Pontchartrain.
Oh, God, bad
The only
thing.
place
Yeah,
on earth.
I've
that's
driven
curved.
over it.
And
Forgot
there's
about that.
also photos from other
It's
days
a
where
pretty
it's
amazing
perfectly
causeway,
straight.
actually.
That's
And you
about
drive
like,
over it, and
oh
it
my
feels
God.
absolutely flat.
Listen, if you can show it flat once, that means it's not curved.
There was somebody that posted that the other day, and I put up 3 other
I just did
bridges
it,
over
like,
Lake
last week,
Pontchartrain
man.
that didn't do that,
Come on.
and there was just nothing.
This is great
Okay,
school
the
stuff,
way they
man.
get
Come on. Just
the
because a
visible
picture
curvature
shows
across
something
Lake
missing,
Pontchartrain is by taking
you can
very
see a
strong
visible
zoom
straight line
lens.
too, which means it's not
Hey,
curvature.
do you do know this also as well, Hugh?
What's that?
Do you know the root word of architecture? Do you know what the
Arch, I would presume.
arch? Right. And why do they use an arch in architecture?
Because it's
Is
a
it
very
to follow
strong
the curve of
structure.
the earth, or is it for strength?
It's for strength.
It's for strength. That's right. So shut up about your fucking bridge.
Hey,
What
look, I'm in
the
space.
hell?
I'm in space, buddy.
It's not
There
a
it
bridge, it's the causeway.
Hey, Dave.
And if you take
Oh,
a high zoom photo
Look,
from one
space is
end,
flat.
you can see the curvature due to perspective compression, exactly like
There's
you
the
were
curve. It is
describing.
from compression.
Oh,
There's the compression.
Hang on, Hunter.
Okay, exactly like you were explaining with the photography of the vice president in front of Nixon, blah, 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 blah. That same perspective compression effect is
Blah, blah,
exactly
blah, blah.
why you can see the Earth curvature along the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway.
No, it's not.
It really is.
No, it's not. That's retarded.
The guy took the photo from the hotel at the south end of the causeway with like a 600mm zoom lens looking along the causeway, and you
now
can
the lens
see
works.
Now the lens works.
well, I saw a guy take it off the bridge looking over it, and it was perfectly straight. So just because
And
you
at
see
what
it
zoom
look
factor?
appear curved once,
Zoom
God.
the zoom factor.
Oh, there's
is
another
important
one. So we
because
got
it
zoom
affects
factor
how
now.
long along the bridge you're looking.
So now
We also need curved lenses.
Pontchartrain.
No, rectilinear
Doesn't prove
lens. Wide-angle lenses
pull that off
usually
each.
have a bit of barrel distortion. Zoom lenses usually pretty
Wait,
close to
are you
rectilinear.
saying the Earth is curved because the bridge has an arch in it?
No, I'm saying
Yes,
the
he
Lake
is.
Pontchartrain Causeway, which is flat all the way along, except it has 2 boat passes.
Water's pretty
along it.
fucking flat.
Yeah.
It's very
That's why they
close
call
to
it sea
flat.
level.
It's not exactly flat. That's why they need
Yeah,
to
it
take a photo 30 miles long to show you the curvature, which is why
So
they need a
if the
bloody
waiting
long
on that
bridge
zoom
is,
photo.
lens.
if
What
the, hold on.
What drugs are you on, dude?
If the bridge,
None whatsoever.
I got it. I'm
You
telling
gotta be
you,
lying.
they're
That's the
good up
problem.
there in Canada,
That's the
man.
problem.
if the bridge is flat and the Earth isn't, then you should be able to get a measurable difference at different places on the bridge to the water level. Can you do
Yes, I misspoke. The top of the bridge is level all the way along,
Oh God.
which is parallel to the level surface of the water, and both levels are curved.
So they
So
Not
the
a lot,
bridge is
only a little
curved
bit.
because
The
the
bridge-
Earth is curved?
That's
The
what he's
top
trying
of
to
the
say, yeah.
causeway is
Only
level.
that bridge, though.
The top of the
Hey, I just
causeway
built
is
a
level.
patio, and one side of the patio was higher than the other, and I added dirt on one side to make it level.
No shit.
Congratulations.
Did you?
Do you see how
did
that
you
would
allow
work?
for earth curve? Did you allow for
Yes.
earth curve? Okay, good.
And
good.
also driveway curve at the end, but only at the end. It was only curved for part of it.
And how wide is your patio?
18
You must-
feet
you must
at
live far
max,
from the equator.
and about 20 feet by length. But it was made out of paper
Well,
bricks,
let's
and they are
see.
individual.
8 inches per mile
Do
squared.
you hear how ridiculous it sounds?
Times.
Obviously, you hear how
52
ridiculous
over
this
9.
sounds.
Hold on, he's doing the math.
I'm sure he's doing the math.
280.
I have
squared.
actually built bridges. I used to work
Okay,
in
if
precast
you're-
concrete, and we built bridges, and we didn't account for any curve at all.
If your patio is perfectly
Nope.
level,
Nope.
you should see a
You're a
rise of 0.00002 inches in the middle of it.
Yeah, my string level didn't show that, so I must have shaved off the curve.
Yeah, quite likely.
Yep. And my tamper helped. It pounded it down flat as well.
You beat the curve out of it, just like your dick.
Yes.
There we go.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
Well, that is true that we I mean, there is no measurable curvature. I mean, that is such a fantasy.
Well, there is, but you have to measure over longer distances.
Oh, well, how long?
Wait.
would it be-
In the English language, the word "but" negates what you just said. So you said nothing, and then you said something.
Well, what I'm getting at
Can
is that how far of a distance is it that we need to be able to see that?
How accurately can you measure? I did one measurement. It's off Georgian Bay. There's a ski hill near Collingwood. From 720 feet above lake level, I set my theodolite up and I measured the horizon dip is 0.42. That horizon dip is Earth curvature. How far
Was
is
the horizon dip
from
as good as
720 feet?
the internet connection?
Well,
What
I
do
think
you
it's
do
better than
for
Sovereign
work,
Souls.
if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I had to restart my modem.
Are you?
I
I had
do
to
a
restart my
whole
modem,
lot of
man.
things. I've been a truck driver. I've been a surveyor. I've been an internet programmer. I've been a taxi driver. I've been a welder. It's everything.
Do you
from
get the
soup
curve
to
of the Earth when you're welding?
I've never welded anything more than 20 miles long, so no.
Well, I thought it was 8 miles squared.
And he was
So 20
stacking
miles would
dimes
give
the
you-
whole way. Ding, 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 ding.
Gotcha.
Got to find out. Hugh, do you question anything at all? Are you just believe everything that you've been told and learned?
Good question.
I absolutely question everything, and I go measure it for myself.
All right, so I have a question for you
measured
then.
the
I have
Earth's
another
curvature.
question. I
I have
appreciate the
measured the
answer.
distance to the moon. Go ahead. What's the
Do
question?
you think that we actually landed on the moon?
I really do, because when I was down at Fort Davis, Texas, I visited the observatory there, and they gave us a demonstration of the telescope. They don't use that one. They've switched to a different one now. But at that time, the telescope that they use
They did.
to do laser pulses against a refractor grating on the moon. So if any of you have one of those little laser tape measure things, you put a pulse of light on the wall. It tells you how far away it is. It's exactly the
But
same
it needs
thing,
an
except
extra.
we
It
use-
needs an extra
Hugh,
part on
when
the
I ask
moon.
you a simple question, if you believe we landed on the moon, you're going into a long rant about measuring again. Personally, do you believe that the government would have faked us landing on the moon? Do you believe? Can you open your mind to that? 'Cause if you can't open your mind to that, you're not going to believe anything anyone else
And we
says.
can't calibrate
Can
the
I
laser
answer?
anyways, ever that far of a distance. Go ahead.
Okay. I
What's
don't
bread?
believe that the government would have any qualms about fooling us if they could. I don't think that's something that they could fool us about.
They did.
Why? I mean, they fooled. They fooled us about all sorts of
Because
things.
where I
constantly.
was going with the laser,
Okay.
laser range finding is that is only possible because there is a refractor grating on the moon to return the laser light.
If
the
the
moon
laser
itself-
was off or it was just completely bullshit, how would you know?
Because I was right there and I saw the equipment and the laser pulse.
Oh, I saw the lunar lander, and it looked like it was made with tinfoil and aluminum poles.
Have you
Wait
seen the
a second, wait a
rover?
second. Hold
Look
on,
at the
hold on,
seats
hold
on the
on.
rover
Are you
next time.
talking about? Are you talking about the laser that they shoot at the moon?
Yes, from Fort Davis,
Okay,
Texas.
so they shoot this laser. Now, I want you to think about this. You're shooting this is no shit. This is what these people actually believe. All right. Let's forget the fact that the Russians were doing this in the 50s before there was ever anybody went to the moon, supposedly, or any other thing. But we're just going to look at it like this. So
Okay,
you're
the
shooting
Russians
a
were doing
laser. What?
Sorry, you say the Russians were doing what in the 1950s?
Supposedly bouncing a laser off the moon.
They didn't have lasers in the 1950s. I think they were
They
only
were
invented Bell
about,
Labs like
yeah, listen,
1957.
bro. Listen. I'm going to tell you about something. Anything that you know about right now has been out for 30 years. Okay. Anything you know about right now has already in the works, been around for 30 years. That's no shit. That
Probably
cell
true,
phone
but
you're
it's
carrying
not
in your pocket,
demonstratable.
that was around back, 1990s.
I had a
according
laser
to-
pointer in 1994.
So anyway,
According to the Googly, sorry, go ahead.
So anyway, Hugh,
Yep.
this is what you're trying to say. You're saying that they have a laser that goes 250,000 miles,
Yep.
hits a little mirror,
Yep.
bounces back another 250,000 miles.
Yep.
And your proof of that is some little spike that comes up on a fucking graph.
Absolutely.
And there's
God.
only the
That
one
upset.
place. Now, hold on. There's only the one place that does this, right? Or is there just
No,
a
there's
couple?
half a dozen of them around the world. There's
Right.
a
But you see
university
how
in
easy
France
this
that does
would
the
be to
same.
fake,
Do
right?
you know how easy
They're
that
all
would be to fake?
super trustworthy.
I mean, we already got people right now. I mean, if you actually believe, if you've seen any of the shit from the moon landing, supposed moon landing, if you've watched any of the films of their jumping around with wires on
No
on
wires.
a set, on a fucking set, dude, on a
Are
set.
you looking at the Ryan Gosling movie?
No,
Oh,
no, I didn't even know there was a Ryan Gosling movie.
Yeah, he put one out 4 or 5 years ago, and a lot
Yeah,
of
well,
people
no,
are
listen, I watched
making fake videos based
have
on
you
it.
ever?
I watched the Apollo
ever been to
mission
Disney
myself
World?
when I was a kid. I watched the thing myself, all right? And I bought into it. But then you start looking at all the fakey shit, okay? You look at a guy standing over here, and here's a shadow going a completely different fucking direction. Those are just a few of the stuff.
You
that
know
you
they
see.
were standing on uneven ground, right?
Oh my God.
But there's still just one light source.
Right.
Was it curved?
The same one light
Was the
source
ground
you say hit
curved?
Earth.
Absolutely, with some variation, craters and
His
hillocks.
mind is already closed. It's closed, guys.
So what happened to
There's
Building
no
7?
Building 7. World Trade Center. Oh
You know,
God,
let
my
me
dad's
ask
into this crap.
A movie that I did see, that I did see was called Gravity. It's starring
Sandra Bullock. Yep.
Yeah, fantastic.
Man, I
Good
tried
movie.
watching that.
So
That movie
they must
sucked,
have-
man.
They
Good-
must
good
have
movie.
actually took her up. I mean, they take these stars up there all the time. The guy from The Big Bang Theory, that guy, remember on the show, he went up to the
I've never
ISS,
watched
and
Big
you
Bang
saw him there with
Theory.
astronauts, and they were floating by and everything like that, right? So they must have actually took him up there, right?
Sandra Bullock in Gravity, they built a 3D
I know what they
motion
did.
rig.
I
to
know
carry her, and
exactly
that
what
was
they did.
Actually, one of they didn't use green screen. They used a set of TV screens to project a live photo behind her. That was one of the first uses of that.
Yeah, I have the movie.
technology.
It's got a whole bunch of show notes and everything and,
And-
extras on it.
And
It's really
NASA
cool.
couldn't do that, right?
But
NASA couldn't do that. They can't
NASA can
afford
do
it.
that now. Could
Nope.
NASA do that 30 years ago?
Yes, they could. They didn't
Yes,
do it that good.
absolutely. He just told you they had 30-year
Why,
technology.
why would we go to the moon and then destroy all of our technology and never go back? Can you explain
Look,
that,
I'm
you?
Space
Why would we
Odyssey.
go to the moon and
Yeah.
then just
And the
destroy it
simple
all and never go
answer
back?
is money.
Money.
The Apollo moonshot was a propaganda run from the very start.
Well, yeah,
It was
Do you think they
horrendously
really need
expensive.
money?
Hold on, he
I'd
just
like to
conceded
have
propaganda exists. Let him cook.
You have to pay your
You
taxes
need
and you're
money.
okay with
They
your
don't.
government?
The Apollo. Well, hey, I'm Canadian.
How-
Um, The Apollo project was
So you like
horrendously
Trudeau?
expensive. At one point, it was sucking up something like 4.5 or 5% of the U.S. government budget.
$62 million a day.
I don't know if that was then or now. I presume that was then,
Now.
and that would be
Now a day, dude.
okay.
Just try to comprehend
It's
that for a second.
20 billion a year. Yeah, well, if you want to comprehend that, the military is getting 720 billion.
Yeah, and
All
we
right,
can see what they do.
let me just run
What they
something
do
by you
makes
one time.
sense.
Anyway,
Dude,
It's
the
all
Apollo
fake.
program,
It's all
Hey,
fake
Hugh,
currency.
they ran
let,
it.
let
They
me
did
let me
6
just run let me
missions.
just run a scenario by you. Okay.
Yep.
Let me just run a scenario by you real quick.
Shoot.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to send these people to the moon, but we're not really going to send them because we figured out we can't go. We're not have the technology to do that yet. But
And the
we really
Institute
got to stay ahead of the
Russians are gonna
Russians.
call
We
you
really
up.
got to stay ahead of the Russians. So, hey, here's a cool idea. All the money, if we keep this thing going, these people are paying us boku bucks a day. And if we spend a small amount of that money and give them some shit to make them believe that this is all really going on, we can actually funnel all that extra money over into some of our black projects and
They
figuring
wouldn't
out
lie to
really
us.
cool, super ways to fucking
Okay.
disintegrate and kill people and shit.
Two things. It'd be a hell of a lot easier to do that with a military project. They're already black budget anyway.
You
And
think
second,
that NASA is? NASA is the military. It's government. It's NASA.gov.
being a government agency does not make
hand
you
in hand, dude.
military. But if that's true, if they're sucking back dollars, why did they stop? Why aren't we on Apollo 47?
Well, I don't
Because
know.
people
Hold on a
like
second. They're not military. They're not military.
NASA is not
These
military.
fucking astronauts carry ranks.
Many astronauts are ex-pilots from
They
the
still
military,
hold
from
their
the Air
rank.
Force, from the Navy. But
No,
that
they're
does not
pilots
make-
from the they're pilots from the Masons.
Yeah.
It's a pilot program.
About a third of the Apollo astronauts were Masons, which leaves you with the realization that
Is that
2/3 were
33%?
not Masons.
Way more than a third.
Yeah.
How do rockets work
The
in
third
space?
is 33%. I think. Did you just point
Very
that out?
well, actually. But rockets are reaction engines, which means they push off the exhaust they're throwing away. The faster they throw the exhaust,
But
the more
how-
energy they get out of it.
that doesn't work any better than vacuums don't work when it comes to space in the atmosphere, because the thrust, there has to be something pushing back against the explosion, right?
The Earth and lasers.
Could we maybe lose Hunter? He's really not doing much here.
Yeah, Hunter, come
Flow
on,
state.
Yes,
The
sir.
thrust in a rocket happens right in the neck of the nozzle where it's throwing the exhaust away. The pressure
Mhm.
being expelled through the neck of the nozzle. It's the speed of the exhaust right at that neck. That's where you get your pushing force from. Once
But
the
what are you
exhaust has
pushing-
left
what is
the
it
rocket,
pushing? What is it pushing against? It has to have something to push against.
the
Whether it be
inside,
the weight
the front
of
end
the
of the
hold
rocket,
on, whether it's the
expansion
weight,
chamber.
whether
But
it's the
what's
weight.
pushing off on the other end?
Look,
The
Whether
exhaust that it's
listen,
throwing
whether
away.
it's the weight of the fucking rocket, which it wouldn't be because you're in 0G, right? There's nothing to push against. There's nothing to resist that. So what happens? If you could
The
make it
rocket
happen,
goes
you got
one
a
way
thing
and the
sitting there with
exhaust goes
fire
the other.
coming out of it.
That's
That's
your
all.
reaction.
How
No.
I got an idea. How about this? Instead of arguing if it can be done or not, show us an experiment on Earth where they did it in a vacuum.
In a
And
vacuum.
tell-
Oh, let's see. Okay, now if I find a video that does this, is there any way I can play it?
Yeah. There's a thing down
How
at
do
the
I do
bottom of the
that?
screen that it will say present.
Present. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then
well,
you can
give me
pick.
half a
And if,
second here.
here comes the dick pics.
I
No,
have
thank
some
you.
I have some inside information on
Don't get
computer
too
technology.
So
You
when
want to see a
it comes
curve?
up-
Let me show you a curve.
it'll come up down here in the backstage, and then I can put it up on screen. So you can share whatever you want.
I don't think we would get very excited.
Here.
heliosexuals.
We got
Flow State's got the heliosexual.
no. That one's about will it burn. We don't care about that one. Rocket and vacuum chamber. Newton's third law. Oh, that one sounds better. Are we going to?
How does a rocket fuel burn without oxygen?
It takes its own oxidizer.
How does the sun not burn out all at once?
What do we got?
Like, where do
Interesting.
they store the extra gas? Sorry, I'm not trying to hit you with everything, but like,
Sorry, I'm a little distracted here. I'm trying to find you a video.
yeah, you do your
This
thing.
vacuum
I'm
chamber.
talking to myself. Sav, how does the sun work? Where does the sun store its extra gas so it doesn't just all burn at once?
Well, this is something that's getting to me too. You got to figure hydrogen burns at a very fast rate. I don't care if it's compressed or whatever it is. All right. So they're telling us, and I don't know how the fuck they would ever know that the sun is a ball of hydrogen.
It's a ball of gas in space, right? So it's already not vacuuming.
How did it ever form? That's the question. How could that ever even form?
Lasers.
Yeah,
You
lasers.
start with a diffuse cloud of gas, and you have
Well, how do you
denser
have a
clusters
cloud?
in it.
How do you have a cloud of gas in a
Freaking laser
fucking
beams
vacuum?
attached to their head.
Yeah, I mean, for real. How do you have
Gravity.
a cloud of gas in a vacuum? You can't. It's impossible. But the
Well,
thing
there's
is,
two
this
ways.
too,
One
is
is-
if this gravity thing that's keeping us in orbit
You got
is a
that video,
result
Hugh?
of mass attracting
I'm getting a little
mass.
distracted here.
I'm just throwing something out while you're
So,
looking for your thing. This ain't
Okay,
for you.
I'm going to
We
try.
gotta talk to each other so
presenting
that he
this.
can find the fake
That's
proof.
what I'm doing. So what I'm
Okay.
saying
Okay.
is that
Screen
as
share.
the sun has been burning now, and the Earth is supposedly 4.5 billion years old, wouldn't that have depleted some of the mass of this thing because it's burning off and it keeps
It's too
losing
big and
mass?
it's too hot and it's
And
too far away for you to
That
understand.
would change. That
Two
would
things.
change. Hold on. I'm just letting you look for your video, Hugh.
Okay.
All right. So then I'm thinking now, if you change there again, the numbers in your equation for your mass attracting mass is changing all the time.
Yes.
Okay. So this would cause the degradation of an orbit that would be noticeable. Noticeable.
No,
No.
because the sun is huge. Okay, it's like
836
99.8% of the mass in the whole solar system.
It's 836,000 miles in diameter, according to your model.
I
How
will
do
accept
you
that
know
for now,
that?
but by gravity, I know you like that answer.
Yeah,
Gravito.
here's why I
If
like
we go
it,
back
because you don't know what
to
it
the-
is, and you
we
ascribe
go
it to
back to
objects
the-
that you know nothing about. That's what I think's funny. You don't know what
Cavendish
gravity really
experiment.
is. You have
We
no
don't.
idea.
We do not know.
So
the
then you
initial
ascribe
cause,
it. Well,
what
wait, then
makes
you
gravity.
ascribe it to
We
other
know
objects.
how strong gravity is very, very accurately.
It's weak,
But we
as
don't
shit.
see it
No.
in day-to-day
Yes,
life.
it is.
We
Look,
just proved,
there's not-
we just
look,
proved that equalization
dust-
is much.
Flow
If
street.
I leave this jar of peanut butter on my shelf, it's not going to have a pile of dust and dirt around it from gravity pulling the dust in out of the air over time.
No, because the gravitational constant is like 6 times 10 to the minus 11th. It is tiny. That's why you need a whacking load of mass, like a planet, to have a noticeable amount of gravity.
Sounds planned.
But
That's
yeah,
why
you
the
said,
Cavendish
but you said
experiment-
Cavendish. You said Cavendish did it with 2 little iron balls.
Yes, he did. And you know how he
You
did
just
it?
said you need a whacking mass like a planet.
Right. And you
which
know
is-
how he did that with 2 little steel well,
Oh,
not so
that's
steel.
not right. That's two opposing
Lead.
ideas. You said you need a whacking mass like a planet, and then you said he did it with the tiny iron ball. Which is it?
He did it
Doppler
with
radar,
a pair
Longo.
of 300-pound lead balls.
Oh my
And he
god!
did it
so
by
a planet is
suspending
close to 300 pounds.
You gonna let me finish?
Come on, man! You said you need
I mean,
a whacking
If
mass.
I
let
set
me
a golf
finish.
ball on the garage floor by my parked car and I leave it there, it's not going to roll to the
Yep.
car because of
Below.
gravity over time.
I know mountains
No.
don't pull cars
Okay.
off of roads. None of that. You can't.
mountains
I can
do.
feel the gravity pulling me to Colorado.
No, they don't. Oh my god! You're gonna tell me mountains pull people off the road?
No,
what you're
I
trying
am
to
going
say?
to tell you that
For real?
mountains exert measurable gravity, but it's like
Oh my God.
0.002 of a G. It's not going to pull you off the road, but it is measurable.
Yeah.
What Cavendish did,
So, but iron
was-
balls are measurable and they can pull to each other. Tiny
It's-
iron balls.
really,
I want to hear about
If
these
you
brass
like a
balls.
lot of magic.
it's really disturbing how attached you are to balls.
Oh, he did.
Cavendish
You're
used
everything about your model is balls. Cavendish
Ah.
balls. Every planet's a ball. Come on,
Cavendish
man. You're attached
used-
to balls.
a
be
pair of
real.
very heavy 300-pound lead weights and a pair of smaller 10-pound lead weights. And he set them up on, oh, you'll love this, a trapeze hanging from a wire.
Oh my my God! And he observed it through tubes
This
with
is the
mirrors.
video you
He didn't
watched?
want his body's
Right.
past to affect it. We all
Yes,
know this
he observed it through a
nonsense
telescope,
experiment, man.
so he
Come
could stay
on.
far away
So-
from it, so his own body
That's
mass would
such
not disturb the
bullshit.
experiment.
You're a
Hugh, do
joke
you-
if you believe that
Hugh,
his
do you
body.
ever
Wait,
question
wait.
the parameters that you're doing your math
You're
by?
telling
Would
me
you
about
question it
I
all?
actually,
Cara.
how do you
I
I
pronounce
have a
that?
legitimate
Hashem
question
Fit.
on that. If
Okay,
he were to
shoot.
have a very large meal before the experiment, would that change it, or would he have to move further away? Because
Yeah,
the
he
mass would change,
He
and
was
that would
far
be
enough
measurable.
away.
According to what you're saying, that would be measurable.
He did his measurements from like 40 feet away from the experiment.
Was he
Did
fasting?
you meet him? Were you there? Do you know? Or was this in a Rockefeller
He
book?
died in what,
Everything-
1820 something, so no, I haven't met him.
Everything you're saying is based on books that people who want you to believe their story gave you. That's it.
No,
You
because
can't prove
I
any of it. Yes, it is.
Did you reproduce the experiment?
Thank you. Yes, I did.
Okay.
You have the brass
Oh my
balls?
God. Okay.
You
I
physically did it
used
yourself.
two
Wait.
pairs, two
You're
5-pound
you
lead
should
weights
get a
and
prize
two
then.
1-pound lead weights.
Well, wait. Now it's going from 310 to this sounds like numerology to me.
Does it? I
It always
used
goes back
much
to
lighter
numbers.
weights, and as a result, my result was much less accurate. I got a number that was about 9% low.
I
Your
bet it was.
probably was more accurate.
No.
Maybe you should fast and do it again.
Ah.
If it didn't line up
Oh my God. Dude, do you
with the
hear
original
what you're
cabinet, it
saying?
was probably
Do you
Yes,
really hear what you're
Cavendish-
saying? You're
Cavendish
trying to
used,
convince me that a human body creates its own gravitational pull. Are you serious?
very weak, but
Are you
yes,
serious?
all
with
mass.
that?
Are you
That's
talking
enough.
about
I cannot
Mac
take
Game?
anything you say seriously.
All mass generates gravity.
No. Maybe that's why people get in groups. Because
Wait,
once
Do you think
Wait
it has
a
anything to
second.
do with magnetism at all?
I was
Magnetism?
just going to
No,
say that.
that actually has been tested separately. Magnetism
Oh my
and electrostatic force and gravity
Yes.
are three completely unrelated
Dude,
forces.
why are we
They
still
have been
doing this?
separate since like
Can someone
half a
answer that?
second after the Big Bang.
Unbelievable.
Why does
You are
the
like
compass
Google
point to the
on
north? What makes that happen?
steroids.
That's Earth's geodynamic magnetic field. Earth's
I feel
core
like
So
is
magnet.
So if
If
with a magnetic
Yes,
field that's being
compass is
generated, you
magnetic.
don't think that can keep the atmosphere down and change the density?
no, way too weak. Like 50,000 times too weak.
oh my God. So let me ask you a question.
Maybe
What's
we
that?
should do it
How much
again,
gravity do you
fasting.
How much gravity?
How much gravity do you think it would take to hold all of the world's oceans to the bottom of a ball?
Well, here we go.
How much pressure?
Ooh.
How much
Bottom of
pressure
a
does
ball.
it take?
Ooh.
If you want to keep 1 pound something up in the air, how much pressure does it take to keep that from falling? It would be 1 pound. Let me help you out. It would be 1 pound.
Question as phrased doesn't
Okay.
make a lot of sense.
Okay, it makes perfect sense. If you have a 1 pound weight, how much upwards pressure does it take to keep that 1 pound weight from going downwards? That makes
It
very
takes
much sense. It
A
would take
pound of
1
force.
pound of upward pressure. Yes, okay. So how
Pressure
much do
and
all the
force-
oceans weigh? How,
Pressure and force are
All
two
right,
different
dude.
things.
You got me. You got me. You got me. Force. So, how much
Okay.
force would it take to hold all the weight of all the world's oceans onto the bottom of a ball? How much force would that take?
The bottom of a ball.
Yes. Don't
There
tell
is a
me
bottom
there's not a bottom
of
of
the ball.
I don't
Please
know.
The
don't
Marianas
tell me
Trench.
There's not a bottom of a ball.
Okay.
There is. I
If
know
you
you guys don't
want-
like that
Come
one.
on.
Okay. If we imagine that we have a planet out
Ah.
in space,
There it is.
We do have to
Imagine.
imagine that because we don't.
if you have a planet out in space and you want it to have an ocean, the limiting factor is not holding water to the ball. The limiting factor is having enough pressure to keep the water from evaporating.
You say that, but I don't believe that. So where is the
You
what's
can
holding
replicate
the
it in
water
a
to
text.
the bottom of the
If
ball?
you have If you
Wait
have,
a second. Hold on.
my God,
A
dude,
hurricane.
Stop with the numbers.
If you have
Go ahead,
a
whoever.
sealed glass bottle with water inside and you lower the pressure in the bottle, the water will
So we live
start
in a sealed glass bottle.
boiling
Good.
away.
We agree. There's a firmament.
You
Okay.
need a certain amount of pressure to keep the water from evaporating.
Okay. So what's holding our pressure in?
Gravity is holding the atmosphere down,
No,
which is
it
generating
not.
pressure.
We've already said that you can put a. So if gravity is holding it down, I could put a shoebox in a room, suck the air out, take the lid off that shoebox, and that oxygen should stay in the shoebox because gravity will hold it to the
No.
ground. According
Yep.
to you, at
The
ground level where
oxygen should
gravity
stay
is strong,
attached to the planet, but it will spread out.
So where is it going to
around
go?
the planet.
So what's the
spread out
difference
through the
between on the
atmosphere.
ground and attached to the planet?
Will
What's
it
the
spread out in a
difference
thin
between on the
level?
ground and attached to the planet?
Absolutely, it will
He's
spread
splitting
out around the
hairs to
planet.
make his story work.
Well, see, this is
No.
what I found, Hugh. You've wanted physical evidence of like curvature and things like that, but you're unwilling to give a physical demonstration. Nobody can give us a repeatable and demonstrative experiment that can
Okay,
prove
I will give
what
you.
you claim.
Guys, the CIA
I will
is
give
here.
you a set of experiments.
You
If
no.
you take a plane, you start out at sea level, you measure the air pressure, you take the plane up to
No,
10,000 feet,
no. That's
the
listen.
pressure is dropped.
You can't
You launch a
use
weather balloon. The weather
you
balloon
can't
goes up to
use the object in
135,000 feet.
question, Hugh. You can't use the object in question as proof of your thing in question. You
Okay,
understand what I'm getting at?
do you
You
disagree
have to
that Earth has a pressure gradient?
reproduce the effect.
You can't reproduce that
Then
effect
you don't
without
have
mass.
anything but a
That's right.
crackpot theory.
No.
Yes,
In
because
order
in
to-
all other instances, equalization is eminent without containment. It's eminent. There's no way
There
around
are
it. Nature
two
abhors a
ways.
vacuum, bro.
There
It's
are
never.
two ways of gathering scientific proof. One of them is to replicate the situation in a lab, and the other is to
That's
find more examples out there.
okay.
So
Find
if you
another
take,
example. Find another example. What's your other example
I'll give you
out
two:
there?
Mars and Venus.
Oh, you don't know shit about Mars or Venus. How do you know
We
how
do.
far away they are or even what they are?
We
How do
we're
you
right
even
back
know
to where
what
we
they are?
started now.
We can get
Who
a
is
distance by
we?
radar range. Well, we is NASA in this case. ESA has done the
Yeah.
same. Russians have done the same. JAXA, the
But
Japanese
you
space
actually think
agency,
you
has
can
done the
send a
same.
radar signal 8 million miles
More
or
than
80
that.
million miles? I'm sorry. Get a radar
More than
signal
that.
80 million miles and think, is that like your little laser test? You
We
get a little spike?
have gotten radar returns off Neptune,
Oh, bullshit.
which is
Bullshit.
I would have to look it up. It's
No,
some
you ain't
god
no
awful
way you're
thing like
floating. You're
280
no way you're going
million.
to float by me that you have any equipment or anybody has any equipment that is going to transmit a radio wave radar to Uranus or any other goddamn place that far and get a return signal while the thing is already moving. It's incredible. Get out of here with that. You wouldn't even have anything that you could.
And there's
detect
no way to
from.
calibrate any of this shit.
No doubt, man. If this were true, and radar didn't have a range to it, as some of you globies on Twitter have said, no, radar doesn't have a range.
That's not
And I'm like,
true.
well, if
It
that's true,
depends on-
then your radar signal would go straight on off across the face of the earth, over the curve, and straight out into space,
Hitting
and pick
all
up
those
satellites and all kinds of other
Yep.
shit.
There's three factors to think about for radio range. The first is the power of the signal that you're sending out.
Right.
The second
exactly.
is
It's
how
totally.
reflective
Hold on.
the object you're
Radio,
bouncing it
just
off
like
is.
light. Radio, just like light, is dependent upon the input power.
Absolutely.
Okay? It's yes. So, go.
Did they put
Okay.
mirrors on those planets too when they were up putting a mirror on the moon?
No, as far as I know, only the moon so far. There's like 5 reflectors from different missions. 2 of them are for Russia
Okay.
and 3 are from American.
No, there's five.
Okay, so the
Okay.
limiting factors on your radar signal are the power of the pulse you send out, the reflectivity of what you're bouncing it off, and the sensitivity of your antenna when you get it back. And the fourth one is the distance, how far away the object is. Okay.
Right. So,
So
you're
those-
trying to float by me that you've got a transmitter powerful enough to transmit over 80 million miles.
In my back pocket?
That's just
No.
a Venus. That's just a Venus, much less fucking Uranus.
And
How
yet,
far is
there's
Uranus?
Still a delay.
I don't know if
When
they've
they
done it
call
with
the ISS.
I think Neptune was the furthest they've done. Neptune, let me see here.
You know, the
Reader.
thing they told me, you know, it's all the time I hear Globies. I said, well, how would you even know the distance of the sun? They say, well, I can check it with radar. And I'm like, you realize that it's 8.5 light minutes away, right?
It is.
That means there's 17 minutes from the time that you send the signal to the time it comes back.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, the Earth is rotating around the sun at a blazing 66,600 miles an hour, which puts you 18,000 miles away from where you sent the signal. Now, if that radar beam is spreading out 18,000 miles and meeting you back on Earth, that means that it's spreading at least 36,000 miles.
Oh, a lot more than that, because the reflective will be close to omnidirectional.
Yeah, so
actually, there's a bigger problem.
Nothing. This is called diffusion. Okay,
there's
light
a bigger problem.
diffuses, radar diffuses, radio diffuses. All of it does. So
there's a bigger problem.
You do not have a transmitter powerful enough to send a radar that distance. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Distance isn't the limiting factor. The problem with the sun, we did it for Venus back in the 1950s and the Mars in, I think, 1961.
So
the problem with the
you
sun.
were one of those guys that did it?
No, I've read about it.
Oh, you read about it. Oh, okay. Well, that's good enough
There
for
it
me too. Hey, listen, did you know that if you open up your closet, if you open up your closet at a certain time, that your clothes, if you go behind them, you will find this magical world back there. You know how I know that? Because I saw it in the
C.S.
movie.
Lewis wrote about it.
I read that too. I read that one. And you know what? Even better, do you know what they ended up creating? They created Hogwarts because the 4 houses of Hogwarts are the 4 last names from that book. From the 4 young children. Yeah. Yeah. It's all connected, man.
Last name of the kids was Pevensey.
Okay. I'll believe what I saw. You believe what you saw, and we'll all go away happy.
There you go. That's all you have to do is it is written. It is written. And so therefore it was done.
Yep.
Damn.
That's the logical argument in this conversation.
What I'm trying to point out, look, I know I can be a little bit brutal. What I'm trying to point out to you.
Arecibo, you know the big radar dish
what I'm trying to point out to you
collapsed?
Is you always appeal to authority.
You
go often, and this is the listen, the heliocentric, heliocentrism is a religion. And I'm going to tell you why. It requires faith and belief. You often refer to your priests, Tyson, Brian Cox, those guys. What's it, Don Pettit? Those are your priests. And you have your saints. That's Copernicus and Newton and these other dead guys that you really don't know if they existed or didn't. Just that you've read about them, same as me. So those are your saints. And I'm serious, man. It is a religion because there's so much mental gymnastics that somebody has to fucking jump through just in order to say, oh, all this crazy nonsense proves that the Earth is a globe in space. Whereas you go, the evidence points to that it's not.
But the priesthood knows.
Right.
Yes,
I have personally measured the universal gravitational constant with this Cavendish torsion balance.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Yeah, I got to call bullshit on that.
No, you haven't. Stop lying.
I don't know if that's smoke that you're trying to blow up my ass or just straight bullshit.
Can we lose Hunter? He's really not adding much here.
Yeah, Hunter,
You aren't adding much, Hugh. You're right.
I did measure the universal gravitational constant.
No,
The
you
number
didn't.
that
Stop
I got
lying. No, you
with
didn't.
12 pounds of
No, you
lead
didn't.
weights
Nope.
was about 9% off the priesthood value.
I
Why-
should see
why-
books written about you.
Why?
Then.
How,
You were,
why,
you were,
why would you
hold on,
measure?
I know why that was, Hugh. You were in a gravity pocket.
Oh shit.
Yep.
That actually
In
wouldn't
Wisconsin.
affect
Do those exist, Hugh?
it. Not that I'm aware of.
Well,
they
that's
have-
why would you-
We've had them up here on the ISS. In
Just
fact,
lie
I think
about
we're-
it, Hugh.
Yeah,
That
we're
seems
going
to be
through one
working.
now. Oh shit!
Just lie about it, Hugh. Tell us
Oh,
all that you did measure a gravity
what was
pocket.
his name?
Yes, the video with him dropping the
Yeah,
playing card,
yeah. No, he. I think he's the only person who's ever been up as a space tourist twice. And no, that was a sleight of hand trick. He was doing magic tricks on the ISS. That was one of his magic tricks.
Oh, one of his magic
The whole
tricks is
thing's
to
a
make a
magic
gravity pocket.
That's all
Yeah.
they do
Yep.
on the ISS is magic tricks, dude.
You-
Here's the most important question, though. Would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick? You have to choose
I think I'd rather stick to the chick regardless.
one. Fair answer.
You're a trooper, man.
I
You
think
are.
that I would too, but I don't know what I don't know, so I reserve
matter
the right
what,
to tap
dude, you're
out
a
at any
trooper.
second.
See, the truth isn't that hard.
M
man.
ball. It doesn't fucking matter how many degrees of movement it was. It's still 18,000 fucking miles. Jesus Christ! What in the fuck did you people smoke? Holy shit!
I don't
You
think
know
they
that
do.
the
That's
total
what
signal power from every radio telescope on Earth received is less than the energy from like a flake of ash off the cigarette drop getting on the
I
ground.
don't know that. I
You
don't
know
know.
that
Yeah.
every lie that
No, I
NASA
don't know
has
that.
ever
Amount-
told us is worth a hill of
the
beans. I measured that.
amount of energy that comes back from these signals is very, 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 very tiny, but it's
Yeah,
enough.
you're tiny. Yep. Your brain.
No, no,
Uh-huh.
come on, y'all. Listen, this is for real.
You got to
You
question the info.
You actually believe this nonsense?
Which nonsense?
Cavendish. How about we go back to Cavendish spinning balls
Cavendish.
On a shed roof?
I can
And
tell
he
you exactly
accurately
how
measured the
I
size
replicate
and
this.
weight of the Earth. Let's start there.
within 1%. Yes.
Oh yeah, sure.
How
And
can
did,
the
did,
fucking
did you
Earth-
verify?
hold on,
Did you
hold on.
verify that too?
The weight.
Did
of
you
the
actually
Earth?
do that measurement too?
Indirectly, yes. What he actually measured
Oh
was
my
the Earth's
God.
density.
Seriously.
But
dude,
from that, you
seriously.
can pull the weight
Do
out
you
directly.
take yourself seriously? Because like,
How
I don't
did we
think
get the
any of us
density?
do, dude?
Yeah,
Wait,
how do
none
you
of us
get the
do.
density?
Yeah.
What he did,
The
Close it.
weight of the
I
Earth.
know what he
and-
did,
and- wait a
And it
second.
didn't do shit. Didn't
How does
measure
the-
anything.
How does the Earth weigh any fucking thing in zero gravity?
How
Oh,
does
good
the
point.
Earth
That's
weigh
is a
anything
good
when
question.
it's not
because what you're
floating,
measuring
it's
is
anchored
mass.
You don't even
stationary.
know what's
Mass.
inside the
Mass
Earth.
is
We,
not
we
the
don't
same
even
as
know
the-
what's in the core. How do
Hey,
you know
Hugh.
what's
It's
in
a
the
very
core?
good idea
Hugh.
what's in the
Hey,
core.
I watched that
melted cheese.
movie.
Which
Hey
who? Who
Hugh,
are we
here's a
talking
simple
about?
question for you, brother. Where does your compass point? Does it point down toward the center of the Earth, the core? Yes or no, dude? Yes
only
or
when
no?
you're-
Yes
when you-
or no, dude?
It's not
Where
a
does
yes
your
or no
compass
answer.
point, Hugh?
Yes,
Where
it
does
is.
it point, dude?
It is.
It aligns along magnetic fields pointing north
Wrong.
and south.
Nope. I said yes or no. Does the compass point toward the center
Have
of
you
the Earth?
stopped
Yes
beating
or
your
no?
wife? Yes or
Yes or no?
I'll give you that
That was
one
pretty
here.
good. That was
That
pretty
was
good.
quick. He was quick on the draw with that one.
no?
Oh,
Well,
just real
it's
quick
kind of a
before I
standard.
forget. Just real quick before I forget, because I'm kind of old and shit. So here's
Yeah,
the deal.
dude, brother.
Did you guys catch Conspiracy Smashers thing on the solstice? What he put up? He put up a picture
I
of the
haven't seen
Gleason's
that.
map. He put up the picture of the
Right.
Gleason's map and says, "Oh, I bet no flat earther can tell when the sun's going to set where they're at today."
Well,
And I'm
that's
like,
true.
It's literally on the fucking
No,
Gleason's
it's not.
map.
It's not true. You just believe Google. That's what you
Now, don't sundials only work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
And
No,
moon
I
dials.
heard
you
that. I
actually
don't. I
can't.
haven't really.
They produce sundials in 5-degree increments depending on what latitude you're using them at.
Dude, I
And they
think you
did
believe
that
in
back
math.
when they were invented.
Math a little bit
the
too
gnomon,
much, man.
the
Little
center
bit too
spike
much
on a
in the math.
sundial.
So
For
if
it to
I
read
go and order
properly-
a sundial on Amazon right now, they're gonna ask me for my location.
They'll tell you what range of latitudes it's meant for.
Okay.
They'll send you one based off your shipping address.
Can we pull that up?
They're like, we know where you are.
That would
They
be
got that
clever.
covered.
I don't know that anyone does that, but no,
We got that
the
covered.
the gnomon, the central spike on a sundial, in order for it to be accurate, that center spike has to be parallel to the Earth's axis of rotation.
Except
as
the
your
Earth
latitude
isn't-
changes-
it isn't rotating. We got to start with the.
It
with
is.
the
I
problem.
measured that
It's
one too. I
Not
built a full
rotating.
pendulum.
Do you
Oh,
know how
shit.
a gyroscope works, Hugh?
How a which?
You. Yes or no, brother? Do you know how a gyroscope works?
Gyroscope, yes, and a gyrocompass.
No, yes or no, dude. I don't want your
Yes.
I don't want your long answer. I want a yes or no. Do you know how
I gave you a
gyroscopes
yes.
work? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Can I
that's
say
simple,
yes
right?
again?
Okay. Yes. Okay, good.
Yes.
So they're stationary. If there's no outside influence, they remain stationary in space. That's why we use them for altimeters and navigational
Don't
purposes. Is that
use
correct?
them
Or
for an
is that
altimeter.
correct? Yes or no? Are they used for navigational purposes to guide rockets and?
They absolutely are.
Okay, why? Because
Because-
they're stationary unless
Do I
they're
actually get to
influenced by
answer?
outside force. What?
Do I actually get to answer?
Yeah, let him talk.
Yeah, but keep it
Okay.
short, please.
Yeah. When you have a gyroscope, it's a heavy spinning weight.
I know what it is, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you spin the weight as fast as you can without
Yeah.
having it explode.
Okay.
And the reason you do that is to build up a very high angular momentum.
Do you think you're going to confuse me with stupidity? Really?
Yes, he does.
luck.
I think I'm getting there.
So your answer,
spin the weight.
your short form answer was yes, that they're stationary in space unless they're influenced from outside
think
forces.
you're
right? That's why
teaching
they're
us
used for
that.
navigation. You said yes.
What it's doing
What about the Coriolis
is
effect?
generating a very strong, very high angular momentum. And the
And it
angular
remains
momentum,
stationary unless it's
Not
influenced by
stationary.
outside forces, right? So it'll
Not
stay pointed in
stationary.
the same direction. If a craft is moving and the
What it
gyroscope
does-
is stationary,
It
It
it gives you a
maintains.
reference point.
It
Is that right?
maintains
Fuck's
rigidity
sakes.
in space. Stop getting caught up on the
Rigidity
word
in
stationary.
space, right?
No.
Is that true or not?
no.
Yes, it does.
What it does, the angular
Rig-
momentum
Oh,
locks the
no.
orientation of the rotational axis.
La la la, blah blah blah. Is it rigid in space or not?
No.
Well, then why do they use it for navigation, Hugh?
The axis points in the same direction
Why do they use it for navigation, Hugh?
because the axis is locked in the same direction.
Locked. That's rigid, dumbass.
No, rigid is you can't move it around.
Rigid is locked in space, can't be
Oh
moved,
my
dumbass.
god.
That was
Rigid is a
whole-
tool brand.
How
The
does your
whole
foot taste? Hey,
point.
Hugh, how does your foot taste?
I
You got
wouldn't
your foot
know.
in your
You
mouth,
didn't
dude.
tell
How does
me.
it taste?
The point of a gyroscope is it maintains the same orientation
That's
in space as
rigidity
you
in
move
space,
around,
dumbass. Rigidity in space. That's what
pointing
that's
the
called.
same direction.
Pointed in the same direction. Okay, you got different words for rigidity in space, but we agree, right?
We agree it stays pointed the same direction.
Yes.
And-
Awesome. Okay, so we're
this is
past
cool.
that. Now, stop.
You can
Blah,
prove.
blah, 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 blah.
No,
Stop.
my God.
Stop. Listen. Try listening. Use your ears. They did experiments where they ran a gyroscope. in
They
a-
who?
All you've talked about is they.
They
Now
who?
you're gonna say they who?
Really?
Right.
You're not
Well,
gonna let me
he
finish my
says-
sentence? You can call me what you want to after I say my sentence, but let me say my sentence
Shoot.
first. Okay?
Shoot.
They've run gyroscopes on a stationary surface, which you would call a moving surface, like a table in my house is a stable surface to me. To you, it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. But on a stable, flat surface, they've run a
Once per
gyroscope
day.
for over 6 hours. And guess how much it drifted in that 6 hours? How many
Should be
degrees?
90 degrees.
It should be 90. Well, thank you
If-
for that, dude. Thank you.
If
Bravo. You
if
pulled your
the
foot out of
axis
your mouth and your head out of your ass enough to think for yourself. Good. Congratulations. That's step one. Hold on. We
if
got
the
step
compass
two.
axis
We
is
got step
aligned
two
in
to
the
cover.
equatorial
Hold
plane.
on. Hold on. Here it
Dude.
comes. Here it comes, Hugh. Ready? It moved 0 degrees in 6
If you
hours.
had it aligned-
Zero. Wait a minute. Hold it. I'm still
If you
talking.
had it aligned
still
parallel to
talking.
Earth's axis
Hello?
of rotation,
Hugh, I'm still
it
talking.
would move
Hold on.
0 degrees.
Wait. Hugh. Shut up, Hugh. I'm talking.
Yeah, fuck you, Sidewinder.
Yeah, you kiss my ass, piece of shit. So anyway, in 6 hours, it drifted exactly 0 degrees. It should be
And
90
which way
degrees.
was it aligned?
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It
Even
doesn't
if it was
matter.
off alignment, you wouldn't
It
get
would be
0 degrees.
It would be 90
Come on.
degrees, even if it was across multiple axes. It might move 13 degrees on one and the remainder on another, but it would be a total of 90 degrees anywhere on the ball except for the exact poles, which we're going to assume it wasn't at an exact pole.
You are assuming that it was aligned vertically relative to the table.
It was sitting upright on the table. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm assuming what I saw, it was sitting upright, pointing up.
It would have no choice but to be plumb to level.
But he doesn't
That's all.
believe it was.
That's
No,
there's
you
no
can run
way
a
around that.
gyroscope in any orientation you want.
Yes, you could, but in
I'm
6 hours, it would be drifted 90 degrees from where it started,
Yeah,
no matter
right.
how it started.
You would get some precession, which
Yeah,
is why
90
navig-
degrees, not some.
No.
90 degrees in 6 hours, right?
90 degrees in 6
360
hours
degrees in
if
24 hours.
the axis of the gyro compass
If
is
blah,
in the
blah,
plane of the
blah,
equator.
Blah, blah, Cavendish. Blah, blah,
So
blah.
I looked up how to set a sundial,
Aristophanes.
and you don't shift the degrees of the pointer.
You
Neil
sh-
deGrasse
except you
Tyson.
northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, and
Equator. So there's 3 different slopes, but the degrees is the same. You don't. There's no gradual increments.
Hugh, have you ever made anything? I know that you said you were a welder, and that
I worked
means
as
that,
a welder for 4 years. Yeah.
that makes you a builder. But I'm asking, have you ever made anything?
What sort of anything are you thinking about?
I don't know, something out of wood, something out of metal, something for yourself, something for your home, something for someone you cared about, something from basically rough materials.
Well, let's see. I built an extension on
I
the
don't
back
want
of
a
my
whole
house.
list. I just want a
built
yes or no, dude. Come on, man.
yes,
You've built something.
I have.
Okay, was it a thought first? Like, did you have a plan or an idea
Absolutely.
of what you wanted? Okay, so this realm, do you think that there was a creator for this realm, or do you just think it popped
Realm.
into existence somewhere? Realm, where we live, a world.
Universe.
No, I'm calling it a realm, and
You
I'm
can
going to
call
stick
it
with
whatever
that.
you like.
I live in a realm.
I might
Do you
point
think it
out
was- do you
universe.
think it was
I might point
created?
out universe has the word one, right? One word,
One verse.
Uni,
one
sure.
sentence, one song.
So,
Guess what
Hugh, do you think that
multiverse means.
this whole thing was a thought first, or do you think it was by
No,
chance?
I don't.
It was
I
not
think-
a thought first.
I think that we have no idea what came prior to the Big Bang.
I think there was no Big Bang.
What? The
so-
what?
Well,
Hold on. That's the what?
Earthly-
The
We
Big
don't even
Bang?
know it now.
The
we
Big
have
Bang,
no
wait a second.
idea.
Is that where a whole bunch of nothing exploded into a
It
bunch
became
of shit?
everything.
that's the thing that the
No,
priest
that's-
made that up.
And for
That's
some
assumption.
reason, the particles of this explosion, for the first time in history, instead of radiating further and further away from one another in this void,
Congealed.
they somehow decided to collect together in balls of dust and
Including
balls
gases.
of gas, and then
Gas.
suddenly catch fire. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard, man.
And it was made up
Oh,
by
I'm
priests.
Sure, I can do better than that.
Well, that's pretty much what they got, babe.
You can paint it any color you want, dude.
Okay, if you look at the stars through a spectroscope, which I know you don't like,
I don't
you can tell
like 'em
how
or dislike
fast
'em, you know, they're just
stars
a
are moving
fucking thing.
toward or away from you by
What?
the shift in the spectrogram.
They're not doing either. They're remaining in the same fucking place they've been for 500 years, for 1,000 years, for 10 to however long.
For
They've not
Generally-
7 billion years.
If you ask somebody
Pull a
if
picture of
they're
that.
a
It's been a
maker
billion years.
and they've
Prove
ever
it.
made anything, they realize that it had to be thought first, right? Do you realize like there's hummingbirds that they're the only thing that can
That
feed off of
evolved.
certain flowers because they're a perfect match?
And
think
they
that happened from
co-evolved
an
with the
explosion?
flower?
This dude believes that we came from amoebas. I can't even talk to that. I
Dude,
can't.
wow. Seriously.
Do you believe in Darwinism?
I believe that evolution is a fact.
Darwinism.
No, I didn't ask
Darwin
that. I
said-
said, do you believe in
It's
Darwinism?
never been observed.
So wait a second,
Darwin said,
Hugh.
it has.
Hold on, let me ask
absent
you,
of any proof that it's a ridiculous theory. Darwin himself said that.
Hugh,
No,
I
I'm
just
just
want to ask you, if you believe it to be a fact, this would mean that you have seen evidence of trans-species migration. Have you seen any evidence of trans-species migration? Like,
I have
I
seen
don't know, a fucking
evidence
monkey
of.
fish or something, you know?
No, evolution does not predict a monkey fish.
Well, I'm just saying, can you show me any evidence of
Have you ever eaten a
trans-species-
banana?
Wait a second.
Wait a
You're not
second.
answering my question. Can
I
you
am
show-
answering your
No,
question.
you're not. Okay, so
Have
you're
you ever
gonna
eaten a
show me-
banana?
you're gonna
They
show me
didn't
how a
turn into a
banana
different
turned into
species.
a person?
When did bananas originate?
I don't know, and you don't either.
We know exactly when they
No,
originated.
you don't.
No,
How
you
do you
don't.
They
know
were
that?
a mutation that showed up on a plantain plantation.
Wow.
You read that in a book and you
No.
believe it. That's it. You have no proof of it.
You
Are
weren't
bananas
there.
and plantains different? I actually don't know the answer to that.
They're
Besides
close
that.
You know,
related, but
they're
they're not the
close
same
relatives.
species.
Evolution.
There's a quicker way to get to ask
That-
is Hugh.
that
do you
is
question
evolution.
any information at all? Hugh, do you question
Absolutely.
any information you've ever taken?
You
What?
keep
Can
saying
you name a couple?
yes, but
I test all sorts of things. I've
God.
No, but
replicated-
from
The Cavendish
plantain.
one that you did, and it came out different, right?
No, Steve.
So somebody
I've-
discovered a
Did you
different kind of.
question that,
Hold on a
or
second,
did you
Hugh.
just
Okay.
write it off?
I
Hugh,
want to reply
Your
to
evidence,
Steve.
your evidence of trans-species
I want to
migration.
reply to Steve.
you've done nothing but reply,
want
man.
to
This has
reply
become the
to
huge
Wait a
show.
second, Hugh. Just a second. Let
Okay.
me ask you something. So your proof of trans-species migration is the fact that somebody found a different kind of plantain. Okay, a similar
that is one
plant.
example.
Okay,
Yes.
And called it
that's
banana.
not an example at all. They found a different kind of plantain. It doesn't mean that the one evolved from the other one. What I'm talking about
It
is
does
going
mean
from
exactly
a guy.
that.
Hold on a
it
second. Hold on a
doesn't.
second.
No,
what
it
I'm
doesn't.
talking about is going from like a field mouse to a dog or something like that. Along
Then
that
we got to
line.
go from inanimate to animated.
Yeah, and we also
That's
have to
not
see that there's
evolution.
some
That's
kind. There would be evidence. There would be evidence.
abiogenesis.
There would be evidence of the in betweens. We don't have
Every
that.
step of evolution is functional in its own right.
Where's the missing link between monkey
But at
and
some
human?
point, one species is no longer the same species. So two
Absolutely.
individuals within a population will have to have the same mutations into the same
No.
new species at the same time.
What evolution is a shift in allele representation within a population. So what you will have is a population of 30,000 or 50,000 individuals,
Mhm.
and you'll have a small mutation in one. And if it's a bad mutation, they'll die off. And if it's a good mutation, it will spread through the population.
Who decides what's
Where's
good
your
or bad?
evidence?
Like our wisdom
Whether
teeth?
they survive, it's a tautology, but it works. If they
So you
survive,
say.
What?
if they survive, it was a good
What?
mutation. If they don't survive, it was
It's
a bad mutation.
tautology, but it works. Did you really just say that?
I
Out
did.
loud. In front
Huh.
of everybody.
Okay.
It is
fascinating.
self-defining. Any mutation
Hugh, do you know
that
how
is
you propagate
successful
plants?
is successful by being successful. That is a tautology.
What are
So-
your
so
what
that's
is an
kinda like,
unconventional belief that you hold? Hold on, I want to hear. I'm gonna get off in a second, but do you have any
Unconventional beliefs.
Mhm.
I believe that aliens probably exist.
That's
I
pretty
also believe that
conventional.
we'll
Of
probably
course you
never
would.
meet them.
Of course you would.
That's actually exactly conventional, especially
Because
right
you're
now.
godless, man.
Exactly.
Because you
Yeah,
don't
I
believe
grew
in a
up in the
creator.
Southern Baptist Church, and I
It doesn't
abandoned them
matter,
before
dude.
that
It's
became
what
popular.
you believe. It's what you came away with. Dude.
Religion
It's
is not
it's
God.
not what
We didn't-
indoctrination camp you came out of. It's what you believe and hold true.
Yeah, when I
You
was
realize
like
that God
15,
and church are not the
Yeah.
same thing. In fact, they have very little
Thank
to do
heavens.
with one another.
True that.
yes, absolutely.
Aliens is the most unconventional.
So just because
I
a
will
church pissed you off as a kid,
pretty
just
much.
because a church
Oh,
pissed
Jesus.
you off as a
Here.
kid is no
All
reason
right, guys.
to deny
I'm
creation.
out. Sav, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
if you guys are
lucky
still
you.
fighting,
Stay
in a while, I
around,
might come
Flo.
back.
See you, Flo.
Take it
Peace
So-
out.
See ya.
So being not treated as you thought you should by a institutionalized
You want to
religious
know-
organization is not any
You want to know
basis.
the moment when I decided I was no longer a Christian?
I don't. It's not about being a Christian. It's about a creator. I'm not saying anything about a religion. Okay,
Mhm.
you people always fucking confuse those two things. Okay, religion and God really have very little to do with one another.
That's a
At all.
fact. That's a fact.
Mhm.
At all. Religion is a control system for your mind.
Absolutely. it is.
Spirituality is your own conscious contact with that higher creator, and it's evident in
Amen.
creation. I mean, it's evident.
I disagree with that.
The chances, just the chances of this coming about from a random happenstance fucking explosion and accidental shit is about as likely as a tornado whipping through a junkyard and
That's the Hoyle
restoring,
argument, yes.
listen, and restoring 10 57 Chevys fully waxed with gas in the tank 10 times. That's that you have a better chance of that. But that's the whole goal of the heliocentric shit, is to make you think that that's exactly what you are, that you don't have purpose.
It's a
that
disconnect.
argument from probability would be true if you assumed that a fully functioning organism had to spring into existence in one shot from amino acids.
Dude, you
Well,
are
I
like
don't
an
think that happens at all, ever.
No, it
Ever.
doesn't, and that's not what evolution
Well, so then
claims. That's not what
something is
abiogenesis claims.
responsible. Something is
I'm
responsible
saying
for it.
that probability argument, that is what that argument assumes.
Well, of course.
You're like an
Why-
audio
well, yeah.
Why it's a
version.
failed argument.
You're an audio version of a high school science book. That's exactly
swear
what
to
you
God.
are.
That's what I was thinking.
You believe everything you were told when you were told to sit in a desk and shut up and listen.
Good little
And all you're
camper.
doing is reciting it. And you don't even see that, man. You don't even see
Not
it.
question.
have
Which makes
no-
you the deceiver now.
I have personally
You're not
measured,
only deceived, but you're trying to deceive
Gravity.
others.
I have
with your-
personally
You have
measured,
not measured
First,
do it
gravity,
now.
or you would be in a book,
I have
man. You
personally
would be
measured
in a book
distance
because
to the moon.
Cavendish
No,
is
you
no-
haven't.
No, you
No,
have
you
not.
haven't.
I have.
No, you
You're
haven't.
lying.
You're lying.
You believe that you
No,
did
and I
because
can
you're
tell
believing
you
what they
you
tell
did
you.
not.
exactly how I did it.
You didn't
If
do
you
it.
measure, I don't care how you're going to tell
No.
me you did it with your numbers and lasers and
Oh,
bullshit.
it's creepy.
You
It's
didn't
lies.
do it.
No lasers, one high
Oh my
resolution
God.
camera.
You didn't
is all you
measure
need.
gravity, or you would be in a book, because the only person supposedly in a book to ever measure gravity is
Was the
Cavendish. And then when
first guy
they
who did it.
supposedly measured some space-time bending with some laser like you love so
Einstein.
much,
Relativity.
trillions of miles away. You have no proof of what you're saying, and you didn't measure gravity.
No,
Stop
I have not.
whining.
I
Oh
have
my
not
God.
measured
No,
relativity.
You didn't. You haven't
I have-
measured anything except how long you want to keep us talking about your cult. That's what you've measured. That's what
I
this
never
is.
claimed to measure anything to do with relativity.
How far
What-
away is
what do you
how
think
far away?
about the- what-
Let's go something simple, Hugh. How far away is the moon?
About 380,000 kilometers.
Give it to me in
What's
miles
that
because
in
I'm
miles?
American.
Yeah.
I'm
In
really-
miles.
Because America, that's why.
Miles. Like 245,000 miles.
So is that your number, or are you looking that up on Google?
That's from memory.
No.
There it
Why
is.
don't
Three
you?
Where'd
hundred-
you get that? Where'd you get that
The-
number at in the first place?
Yeah.
To memorize.
My number that I measured
Uh huh. I'm
was
ready.
from the change in angle of the moon.
I'm just looking for the number, not the lies. Dude.
Oh, the number.
Just the number.
The number that I measured was
Spare me the lies and just
370,000
give me the
kilometers.
number.
Yeah, piss on you too.
Oh
Yeah.
my
The
God.
number I
You
measured
wouldn't. I
was
guarantee you wouldn't say that in the same room with
370,000
me.
kilometers.
I
Yeah.
How did you
guarantee it.
how did you measure that?
Hell would
Hugh?
knock me over.
Yeah.
How did you
what
measure
you
the
do-
distance from here?
Yep.
Change in angle of the moon.
The angle
when
of the
it's-
dangle, and how far is it?
Could we shut him up?
Let him
No.
go, Mr. Sidewinder. I want to hear this. I want to hear this because
I
I'm
want
going
the
What you
number,
do-
dude.
I will
want a
stop
number.
you at
You
the
take-
I'll stop you when you hit an assumptive value. Okay, so
Yeah.
you looked at the moon from the ground. Okay, go.
You look at the moon from the ground. You take a high resolution camera
La la la.
with a zoom lens on it at a
Blah,
fixed
blah, blah.
zoom. You can't change
Dude.
the zoom
Number?
factor.
Number?
Can we shut him the fuck up?
No.
You take a photo of the moon when it's just above the horizon, and you wait 6 hours, and you take another photo of the moon when it's at zenith, when it's as high as it gets.
Okay, all right. Let him go.
And
Hold on, I'm with you.
Because you have the camera at a fixed zoom,
Mhm.
you can actually get relative angle on the two just by counting pixels.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So we get this
So you-
accurate angle. I'm gonna go. Let's
You
skip
get a
ahead.
very accurate angle.
All right, good. We got the accurate angles. Now what?
You get the angular width of the moon when it's low on your horizon. You get your accurate angle of the moon when it's at zenith. The two angles are different. It's a little
The
bit
angles
wider.
are different. The angles
A
are
little
different.
bit
Okay,
wider
cool.
when it's at zenith.
It looks
Okay.
what? It
The
looks
moon,
wider at
when
zenith?
it
Why
is
would it look
measurably
wider?
wider
Why
when
would
it
it
is
look
at
A little
wider?
zenith.
fatter at the bottom.
It's
Because
a
is
quarter of a
a
million
little
miles
bit.
away. Why would it change that much? It's a quarter of a million miles away. Why
It
would
doesn't
it change
change
that
a
much?
lot. That's why you
Okay.
need a high resolution camera to measure the change.
Okay.
It only
Still haven't got a number out of you.
it changes by about 2%.
Okay.
And that
Almost a
change in
number.
angle is
Yeah.
because you are closer to the moon
La la la.
as the Earth is turning.
La la la.
So
Okay,
you say.
well,
La, la,
there's
la,
your.
la, la.
Hold on a second. Can we not do that blah blah thing? Whoever's doing that, please. All right. So you've measured an angle. Okay,
Yes.
we've got that, and you notice for some reason it's like 3% different. Okay,
2 and a bit.
but
Yep.
now you've or 2%. All right, and you assume that that's because the Earth is moving, not because the moon is going by. So we have one assumption in there. But anyway, continue.
Okay. That is an assumption, and it's a true assumption.
Well, no, it's not.
No, I'm just saying.
No, it's not, because
No.
that's in question.
You
We'll go ahead and
misunderstood
let
me.
you use that. You go ahead.
I was saying that is an assumption on my part,
Yeah.
which I can come back and justify later. But for
Okay,
now,
good.
it is an assumption.
All right.
Okay. If the second photo, the moon's angle is wider than the first one,
Mm-hmm.
it's because the moon hasn't changed in size. The moon is physically the same size.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So either the moon has come closer to you or you've gotten closer to the moon.
Okay.
Okay. So you are closer to the moon.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing is another, what you'll call an assumption. I have measured Earth's radius.
So I'm sure you
Wow.
have. You are awesome, man. You should be.
This is where we
Wow,
bring. This
dude.
is where we
There
bring
are-
Venus in. Hold on. This is where we bring Venus in.
No, Venus is the distance to the sun.
Oh.
There are 2 different ways to measure Earth's
I'm
radius.
sure there is, man. God.
One is the reciprocal zenith method.
What
Which
about
I've already
the
told you about.
Cavendish thing? I thought that was the way.
That's the universal gravitational constant.
Yeah, wow. Dude.
I have a quick question. Is it actually round?
It's very close to round.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said it's
Said
a
it
little
looks like a
fatter on
pear.
the bottom. Yeah,
Very
so
slightly.
looking like a pear.
Chubby.
Oh, very
Kinda chubby.
slightly, because the
Very
way he
slightly.
described it was like a fat bottom girl.
Kind of chubby.
Yeah,
you said.
and he's trying to
Yeah,
give
he
you a
was
visual
like,
picture in your
"Ooh,
head
give me
that you
that."
can relate to.
So he was lying to me,
He was exaggerating,
You are.
which is lying.
That's not very scientific.
which is exaggerating to make it easy to visualize in your head.
Is it fair to
Oh,
say
so
that
it's okay
he's
then.
describing.
So it's
Okay, so when it's
Fair to
on
say
the
what?
narrative, it's acceptable.
Yep.
Okay.
Isn't it
Well, if
more
he gave you
likely?
measurements
let's
and
just
told
use
you
Occam's
it's,
razor. Let's just
measurably
use Occam's
pear-shaped.
razor. Wouldn't
Okay.
it be more likely that he's just talking shit?
You never
It's
did give me a number for the
possible,
distance to
but-
the moon either. You just
And
went
I'm
on
still
it-
waiting
you
for
did-
the
you did
video.
just what I thought you were going to do.
Yeah,
dude.
what happened to that video,
I
man?
got a little distracted.
You
Okay,
still don't
So-
question
so
anything you
a
say.
number, dude. How
I
long would it
can.
take you to spit a number out?
I can measure the Earth's radius.
Still no number.
Well, I measured 4,100 kilometers. I know that that's high because of air refraction, but that's my
So-
number.
You're
No, I
just
gotta
making
I
keep
think
it
stuff
you're
up.
high.
Now you're just
Sorry,
making up shit.
that's
so now the
miles.
Earth, you measured the Earth's
4,100 miles.
How many?
4,100 miles is what I measured.
I thought
I
you
know
said
that that is-
4,100 kilometers.
I did. I misspoke.
Oh, so it's miles.
Yeah,
That is
okay.
miles.
Well, why
So
do you
it's-
do
so
your
it's
math
not a
in
quarter-
miles?
It's not a quarter of a million miles away, or roughly 238,000. Now
That's
it's 4,001.
The moon. I'm giving you the radius
The
of the
radius
Earth.
of the Earth.
Oh no,
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the distance to the moon. Maybe because you chatterbox so much, you forgot what the question was. Distance to the moon.
I did
your
get
own number.
distracted.
Well, the
Yeah,
radius
I
of the
know.
Earth wouldn't have. You're standing in one spot, and you're watching
standing in
this
one spot,
object. So you
and
see
the Earth
two
is
angles.
turning.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
the
you
Earth is
assume
turning.
it's turning.
But I assume it's turning for the
Yeah.
purpose of this measurement.
Okay.
Just you
Alright.
assume it's turning
Where
for the
I'm
rest of your
standing on
life.
the Earth, I'm not at the Earth's axis. So as the Earth turns, my distance from the moon is changing.
Or maybe it's changing because the moon is moving.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
possible.
what if
and
the
you can-
opposite
Okay,
were?
that's it then. It's possible.
No,
You just said it.
because you can repeat it over the course of a
I'm
month, and you
sure
can
you
see how it
can.
changes.
And I'm
You'll
sure
see,
you have
you'll have that exact same thing with a moon that's traveling the same path as the sun in a 28-day period on a flat Earth. It works out
Are you
exactly the same. Exactly.
On a flat Earth, the change in angle of the moon would be much larger
No, why?
because it would be much closer.
It is.
Hugh,
It is.
Hugh, are you familiar with the child story about the tortoise and the hare?
I am.
Are you familiar with its origins and what it's actually about?
No idea.
The sun and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this
Think about
thing
that.
This thing has worked. If you once you understand the whole thing, you realize that you're on the face of the most elaborate clock that's ever been created. Okay,
Ever.
this
Yep.
thing tells you
Looks a
the
lot like
day.
that.
It tells you the hour. It tells you the month, and it tells you the year.
Wouldn't you have a clock where the days go into the years evenly?
What? No, look, we can go by exactly what's going on up there. We have this rotation.
Right, but a
that's
year
occurring where the sun slightly goes faster.
365.24 days.
This for this exact reason is
Why
why
would a
eclipses
year-
are on a repeating cycle.
Saros cycle, yes.
Yes, they're on a repeating cycle. And the
design.
reason for that happening, is because of the paths that these things take in a clockwork fashion.
Is
The
highly
sun is
repeatable,
going
yes.
slightly faster than the moon. Okay. And the constellation, the sky, is going just slightly faster than the sun. So every 28 days, the sun laps the moon. And every 28 days, the constellations lap the sun. It's perfect.
The constellations lap
Absolutely.
the sun yearly.
They do. No, this is how we get our zodiac.
Yes,
This is how
yearly.
we get our zodiac, right? And
Yearly.
it's clockwork. Why do you think each
Yearly.
month at every moon cycle?
Why do
Okay,
you think
is a
we have
different
a
star
different
sign.
constellation for every month?
Yes, and it depends
Because
on
we
where
do
the
an
sun
entire
is. No,
rotation in a
no,
year.
it's not at all that. It's because
exactly
of the fact that the sky is going slightly faster than the sun in its rotation around the Polaris.
I don't know
That's
if
all.
anyone else has noticed, but he has done exactly what he came here to do. He's come here to totally sidetrack everything we plan to talk about
Well, let's
and
talk
keep
about
it
the rest
all
of it.
about him on the science books. And
he won't
he's
listen to
accomplished-
anybody.
No. He's going to keep giving us math equations, pretending that's where
Yep.
we live on a
And he won't
chalkboard.
give answers to straight questions either, so that's a problem.
Yep.
You use the radius of the Earth.
Oh my
You
God!
don't have
Stop!
to
read
Just
it.
stop.
an angle.
Hugh,
Just
Hugh,
stop.
Hugh, we're obviously getting nowhere, and we have other topics that we want to cover.
Okay,
on
and
here,
I need to
okay?
be off to bed anyway.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
Wow.
It's
All
pretty
right.
late.
So it's good having
See you
you
another
come
day.
back, but listen, you really need to think that out because you're using a lot of assumptions in there, really a lot. And if
I
you're saying you measure
quick,
the
question.
That camera.
Question
you
your info.
I
and
guarantee
shoot it
that
from
I
the
can
moon to the
justify
ball?
every one of those assumptions.
I'm sure you can, or they wouldn't be assumptions.
Personal
You do that reverse, though,
justification.
that thing with the camera and shoot it down to the bottom of the ball and zoom in.
What are you babbling about?
Oh God! There is no bottom.
You
of
could
ball.
use a
Remember,
marble.
That's what he believes.
Whatever.
I
marble.
still don't know what you're babbling about.
Can you
Well,
do
you better.
that?
You
I just want
probably
to know: do you believe that there's such thing as a bottom of the ball, and that if we were to zoom in from, use that same camera you're doing, high lens zoom, whatever the hell you want to call it, zoom into the bottom of the ball, are you going to see penguins? Because there's nothing else but penguins down there, right? Are you going to see them standing upside down?
If you want to look at Antarctica upside down, you can look at it upside down. If
All right,
you're
let me,
in
Can we?
space-
Because we don't have
let me
any
get to
pictures
what
of that.
I know. I know
if you're
exactly
in
what Bill's at.
space, your orientation is entirely arbitrary. You can have them sideways, you can have them upside down, doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. So we should have pictures of things upside down in Australia and Antarctica. Thank you, because there aren't any of that.
Absolutely. Take
And
a
we
photo of
don't.
Australia, turn it upside
And
down.
we
Makes no
don't.
difference.
No,
Wait a second,
it
wait a
does
second.
make a
Let me-
difference.
Ted, let me make this just a little easier for him, okay? Because you got to put them in their box. They like to be in the box. Okay, so here's what you're looking at the Earth as. The north is your orientation to the Earth. You're looking dead on from space at the equator, right? That means the north is at the top of your ball from your orientation.
According
and the
to your point of view,
shush,
yes.
Shush, let me finish. At the south is the bottom of your ball, right? So we should be able to take a picture from space from that orientation, right? And
Yeah.
we should be able to see ships and shit sailing upside down, people standing upside down on the land masses on the southern hemisphere.
Absolutely.
Okay, so why have we never even seen that? And they could just put it to fucking
Because
rest.
it freaks people out when they look like
Oh,
they're
shut up.
upside
That's
down.
what it is.
Go on.
That's the biggest rationalization
Go
ever.
to fucking bed, bro.
Yes.
Just we're done. Please,
Yes.
please. I'm begging.
Yes,
please.
that is it. That is why all roller coasters are no longer allowed in this world, because they freak some people out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that would freak people out. Are you shitting me?
Yep.
But they don't care. They'll go
Yep.
ahead and tell people that EMP's coming
I
any
was
minute.
I was
or they
kind
might
of
get
counting on
nuked.
something like that.
God damn.
It freaks people out. Oh my god.
You got to be fucking shitting me, bro.
We
Wow.
can talk the
Oh.
numbers
This is what
all
they
day,
believe.
dude. But when it comes down to brass tacks, shit like that, dude, this is a psychosis, bro.
It is.
You know what I mean? These
is.
people are under hypnosis, man.
Yeah.
Okay?
You got some brass balls to come up and talk some shit like that guy does.
Hey,
That's
I was
pretty
I
wild,
was
dude.
there not too long ago.
Brass balls.
I just opened my mind. That dude clearly doesn't open his mind at all.
Wow, man.
No, he would, dude. If he would have said that he's like a search engine and that's what he does for a living, I would have bought it.
Yeah.
I would have
Yeah.
bought it, dude.
Dude, it's like this, and it's exactly indicative of the education system. And to me, I'm sorry, when I use the word education, what that really means is I took my brain out and I stuck it up on a shelf and I let somebody fuck with it, and I became retarded.
Yeah.
Because what they do is they go, oh, here, we're going to focus on a dot, focus on this dot, focus on this dot. Oop, the bell rang, focus on another dot. And you never stand back and go, holy shit, I see it's an elephant and a birthday cake or some other, you can see the full picture. They never learn to connect the dots. You see, they can't see their circular logic because, well, we use the orbital radius of Venus. Well, how the fuck did you get the orbital radius of Venus if you don't know the
Science.
distance from the thing that it's going around? My God. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life. Or by looking at
This-
the angle of an object. And this is my thing, and I think you guys might have heard this. If I go into a planetarium and I recreate the sky
Yeah.
exactly as it is outside,
Yep.
exactly, right? And I observe these objects and I take these angle measurements and I make these assumptions like they make, my numbers for those objects will come out exactly the same as they do outside.
Sure.
Okay. But we know for a matter of fact that inside the planetarium, they're only really a few yards from you. So, like Bill and Ted were saying, man, it's about scaling the shit down.
Yep.
It's a thing about scale, this numbers, these mathematics work on different scales as well. This is why the Aristophanes thing is horse shit.
I get so tired of that Aristophanes crap, man.
It's made up.
And the
They're doing-
Cavendish thing, and all these people that they may be made up, man. We don't know.
He never
But
existed.
even so, the experiments that they're attributed with are so stupid and outlandish, man, and such a reach. Like you always talk about, and I've heard it both ways, man. It's either 3 poles he stuck in the ground, or 3 holes he dug, or 2 holes, or 2 poles, or whatever. But he was 500 miles away, and he measured the distance with a camel cart. Dude, come on.
Freaking laser beams, man. He had
if
laser
it was
beams.
such an accurate way to measure things, don't you think we could do a better job of communicating and accurately measuring the base distance and digging the right number of holes? Or I mean, come on, dude.
Yes.
We got to
I
rely
wanna
on
know-
something that was
I
supposed.
want to know how in the hell
in
he
the
actually
1500s?
communicated with the guy 500 miles
500
away who was
miles,
looking
yeah,
at the
right.
shadow at the same time.
Right.
Lasers.
He hasn't tested anything.
I measured
He's
it
read and
myself.
saw all his videos. It's just
I
stuff
measured it
that
myself.
he won't question it.
He's very
Well,
good
not
at
question.
memorizing stuff. I'll give him that.
Clearly. I mean,
Stop, I apologize, man. It was me doing the blah blah blahs, but I couldn't get a straight answer out of him. All I wanted was just a yes or no or a number, and he's got to take it through the whole journey. And
Oh, dude, if you think he was long-winded here on it, you ought to see his tweets.
oh, dude, that
They're
I don't think
3 and 4 tweets long.
he don't sleep, dude.
dude's a punk.
They're like,
Space,
holy
the
cow.
final frontier.
Robot. These people
I mean,
are
I don't even
robots.
understand how these people can do this, man.
I try to
really
be nice to everybody, Sav. I really do, man. My ultimate goal here is to try to help anyone that I can, and if I can help only one, great, man. That's the thing.
don't. Yeah,
But
man.
to sit there and have somebody just lie to me, I measured it myself, and it's 238,000. You didn't think for
Yeah,
yourself. You didn't measure yourself. You're completely lying to yourself and us.
Yeah.
He can measure
It's
gravity.
strange. It's
That's
strange how his numbers were curiously almost exact to Google's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why am I talking to him when I got Google too, man?
I
can
know,
go ask
exactly.
Google and actually get a number without all the hoopla and lies. And
Oh.
bullshit.
There you go. I've got the you all should recognize this. The Overlook Hotel, Sidewinder, Colorado, room 237.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Strange things were afoot there.
Yeah, man. It's that was all. You've seen the thing, right? About Kubrick did The Shining, right? And he
Yeah.
put
Yep.
some little Easter
Yeah.
eggs about the moon thing. He's
Yep.
going down. That little kid's going down the hall, and what's he see? He sees those little red-headed twins, right? What's that? That's the
This-
Gemini mission, right? And immediately after that, the camera goes to him. He stands up off of his little tricycle. He's got a rocket ship on his shirt, and he goes into room 237, 237,000 miles to the moon. That was the distance in that year
Son of a
when they
bitch.
made that.
It's all in our faces
I can't-
all the time.
I can't help but notice how I can't read the name. Steve, your background and this picture, how just very close they are. Mine was done with spray paint.
Did you do that? Did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool, man. It looks
Good
cool.
job,
See,
man.
that's
It's
the
fascinating.
fantasy.
I see a local light on there.
Yeah, sorry.
The sun.
It's
There is
Well,
striking
this-
similarities.
That's a,
this
uh,
just proves
that's a specular
proves the
highlight
curve.
by Venus going through a cloud
There it
of
is.
gas
There it is.
in space. And,
See,
cloud of
it's
gas is
flat.
refracting.
I'll bet if I
it's
asked any-
flat, but
I'll bet if I asked any one of you the distance to the moon, you'd give me your own number. I doubt any of you would give me Google's number, right? So, Sav, how far do you think the moon might be away? Assuming that it's a real object, of course.
I don't know. To tell you the truth,
I like that
don't
answer.
I don't really think that the moon that we're looking at is really a physical object.
Right. That's
think
why I
we're
said
looking at
assuming it's a physical object. If it
Yeah,
were, right?
I don't think it would be much higher or any higher than the firmament. I think the reason that we see it the way that we do is for the fact that it is on a concave surface being projected rather than on a being a convex. I defy anybody to take any kind of a ball, a tennis ball or anything else like that, and a flashlight and try to create a full tennis ball or a full basketball. You'll never do it. You'll get a specular highlight, and
Oh,
you're
yeah,
never
yeah.
going to get a half terminator line of any sort using a round object for a shadow or putting the light 90 degrees perpendicular to your viewpoint of the object. It's never going to happen in a million years. So people say, what is the source of the moon's light? The moon, I think, is its own source of light.
Hey, I've got some information.
What I
I
think-
think you'll find comical if you give me a minute.
Yeah.
All right. Before he gets into that, man, I got to be up at 5 in the morning. So
I hear you, Ted. I want to
sorry.
thank you
Peace out.
I
guys.
was gonna just say, yeah, it's pretty late where we're at.
Yeah,
Come
I had
back.
a
Ted, have a
Yeah,
Have
had
an
a fun
excellent
time,
adventure.
guys. I had
Yeah,
it was
we shall.
hilarious. Y'all are a trip, man.
it's
Awesome.
Sunday tomorrow, so
yeah,
Yes,
make
sir.
sure we're gonna see y'all in church now, boys. No,
of course. Yeah.
but I want to
Keep
thank y'all
offering.
for coming on. We got to do this again, man. It's fun.
course.
We didn't mean to have the guy dominate the show, but my God, he was like a little treasure trove of globe card bullshit. wasn't he?
Globe
Yeah,
Card bullshit,
I'll tell
yeah.
you what, he took it like a champ. He was just getting combos,
He
man.
did.
Yeah.
He did.
kept on
And
rolling.
that one about do you still beat your wife? That was
That was
impressive. That
I know.
was,
I think
somebody
he Googled
nailed
it.
him with that shit.
I think he Googled that, but I'm gonna give
No,
it to
no,
him.
no, no, no. No, somebody that was telling him some logical shit told him that. That was personal, internal.
He had to astral project for that one.
Right.
Ted, Bill, do you guys have a like outside of Twitter or anything? Do you have
Nope.
any kind of a video platform or anything? Just
Oh, well,
Twitter.
I have a Rumble. I do. It's the same at Ted Logan 1010. Same thing.
Well, I'll tell you,
Yep.
can you, if you can, put that over into the private chat. And what I can do is I can post that in the chat and it'll show up as a usable link. And if you guys want to put your Twitter addresses in there too, maybe we'll get some others to come out there in the trenches with us, man.
That'd be awesome.
So yeah, put those in the private chat for us. Any last thoughts or anything before you leave us tonight?
I don't know. Just everybody stop being so close-minded and acting like you know everything and try to talk to each other. That's my main thing. Stop coming in and calling people stupid and ignorant and acting like because you learned something in high school that it has to be true.
Right on. Bill, anything out of you, Bo?
I'm gonna go with the same damn thing right there, brother.
Sounds good, man.
We're neck and neck there, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody, dude, that
Yeah, man.
came here tonight and supported it, and this came out of nowhere for us. We're still kind of dumbfounded with it, but we're gonna see this thing through, man, and we'll have our own thing coming out pretty soon too. We're working on that, so if anything, we'll have all you guys come on our show.
Oh yeah, that would be
You know what I mean?
excellent. That would be totally excellent.
And yeah, man.
Awesome.
Well,
We'll
it's
see
showing-
you in the trenches. Get in the trenches. We're on Twitter all the time. We're battling these dudes, and they're getting globe dicks in their mouth and the whole nine, dude.
They sure are.
Listen,
The
I've
balls.
said this.
Yeah, the balls, man. Always.
I never thought I would say this, but if you go on Twitter, I'll tell you what, man, there's that censorship. Once they got rid of that censoring and everything, there's all kinds of cool stuff on there, man.
Yeah, there is.
You're
I
not
didn't
going to
think there
find
would
it.
be.
I didn't either. I
I
didn't
still
either.
can't
But
say retard though.
I say it all the time.
Still can't say that word. And
Here,
I love
just
it.
leave you with this. These people that get all sensitive about that word retard, right? They get all, oh, that's not nice and shit. But then they'll turn, you shouldn't call people a retard, moron. And it's like, you realize that moron is a medical classification of retardation, right? You do realize that. You just did what you hit me for doing. Exactly.
And a retardation is just a slowing down.
Oh, down, yeah.
That's right.
That's all it is. You can retard a motor with Jake braking.
Do you know what
There you
in music?
Nice.
I was into music my whole life, and when written music, when it's meant to slow the tempo, you know what it says in the music? It says retard,
Retard.
which means
Yep.
to slow it down,
So
slow
hold
the
back.
tempo.
Yep.
All right, well, Bill, Ted, be most excellent to one another.
Yeah.
And
You guys the
join
same,
us
man. You
anytime,
guys the same.
bro,
We had a
and
great
set
time,
up-
dude.
Yeah, we'll set up another show. This would be great. I'm supposed to go on Vince's either Monday or Tuesday.
Nice. I'll be listening. Make
And-
sure you let me know.
Yeah, well, as soon as I get the info from him, it might even be in my messages. I don't know. We'll see.
Awesome.
But yeah, that'd be great. And like I said, we'll set something up and do another show.
For sure,
um,
man.
I think we kind of crushed a Globy, but
Keep trying to send that damn link and it ain't working out. I think I'm just too tired. But you know where I'm at.
here, let me
If
see
you
where I
find
got.
Ted,
Yeah, I'll
I'm
put
in
it in
there.
there. I'll
I'm
grab it
usually
up.
right down
put
in
it
there in that thread getting it. So
Let's
Yeah.
see. I've got this one right here. I'm gonna go copy link. Then I'll come over here and I'll put it down here in the chat. And I'll put it over here in the Rumble.
Nice.
And
If you're gonna go on an excellent adventure, how can you be too tired? That makes no sense.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
know,
watched the movie. They never slept.
I mean, do we have to say the obvious?
The movie
or
was an hour and a half, not 3 hours.
Can we just, call it an elephant and work, move on from that one?
oh, you got to put that HTTPS on there, and that's what it is. I'll
That's
fix
what it was. That one, yeah. It's been a long day. It'll be a long one
And I'll
tomorrow.
just go HTTPS. How's that
See, they
work?
always talk about the elephant in the room, but what we really need to talk about is the woolly mammoth in the room.
Nice. Very
Yeah, I know. This is what gets me is people they want to go that's because of evolution, and I'm like, no, it's not, man. There's hairy elephants. There's all kinds of animals that used to be that aren't.
Yeah.
So there were hairy elephants. It doesn't mean that one day they just decided, hey, it's getting kind of warm. We should. I mean, that's just retarded. Oh, there's that word again.
You would have something different to say about that, my man.
I'm sure he'd have a lot to say about
Well,
it.
not only that, but if you look at the archaeological evidence, they always talk about Africa being the motherland of all things and all species and everything coming out of Africa. Yet the lion, the bear, the camel, the the cheetah, the horse, all of these animals are from the Americas originally.
Yep, I was just gonna say North America.
They're
Well,
the bear.
Look at this, man. Okay, so it talks in the Bible about the Fertile Crescent, right?
Yep.
And also it says that Noah made his ark from what? Gopher wood.
Gopher wood.
Did you know that
Yep.
gopher wood only comes from around Florida, southern Louisiana, Mississippi area? The
Nice.
Fertile Crescent.
Yeah.
What? The Gulf of Mexico? I don't know.
Yep.
It sounds good to me.
Tampa
man.
area, possibly.
Possibly.
And not only that, but if you look at it, if you really start looking at it, you'll see that all of these Native American names match if you get through the language decoding shit back
Right.
to the original tribes and shit.
Yeah.
Like the
No.
Greek and the Creek Indians,
Nice.
meaning
Oh,
Socrates would have been from here.
Good
Yeah,
one,
thanks,
Glenn.
Boss.
I
Love
see
this
what you
one,
did
man.
there, man. I see
Yeah,
what
I
you did.
totally. That made sense to me.
All right, man. But I gotta go.
Gentlemen,
I gotta
we're
All
out.
right, gentlemen.
have a good
Good night.
one.
Be
We'll see
excellent.
Talk
you.
soon.
You
Yes.
guys want
See ya.
another?
See you in the trenches.
Yes. All right, later.
All right. Oh no, Larry, you missed it. That's all right. It's available for replay. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. We had fun.
Yeah,
That was definitely entertaining.
I
that's
mean,
one word.
Yeah. I saw something that somebody did recently. It was let me see if I can find it in my history. Somebody was making fun of McToon. Which
Well, you
was
reminded
kinda
me of
funny.
me. Just being so close-minded, you know what I mean? It's like, hello, wake up, man. Come on, wake up.
Here it is. This is funnier than shit. Let me share this with you.
McFly. Hello, McFly.
I know, right? All right, so we're
Two
gonna
coats
share.
of wax. One of those 57.
Yeah, right. So this was kind of funny.
All gassed up, ready to go.
Hopefully, if I can get it to play.
What? I measured it.
Fucking bubbles in real life.
Come on, man. He's gonna give me a rough way to play. It's not gonna play.
You know
Alright.
these people exist. I mean, just go to Walmart and you see half of these people.
Oh my God, I can't wait to see Chris Hadfield. Can't wait to see Chris Hadfield and tell him that my buddy thinks he's an actor.
I
He's
can't wait
never
to see
been
him either and
space.
say, nice try, bud. Didn't fool me,
So
though.
Chris Hadfield has never been to space, is what you're telling me?
Never. No one has.
Because this is, I built this. This is what I like to play space in here, and I know it's pretty accurate to what you're used to, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It is. There are several realistic things here.
Yeah, like this thing. I'm sure you have one of those. Everybody needs one of those. Well, I mean, I've been trying to be a spaceman pretty much my whole life. I've been writing letters to NASA, for years, and they don't reply. So I was wondering, first of all, if there's if you know a direct line or anyone I could call, to maybe get the fast track.
They have a filter.
They do? Yeah. Well, maybe there's a way to, bypass that, is there? Because, I mean, I'm ready to go. I mean, I've been training. I built a centrifuge. Almost spun myself to death in it. I can do I got up to about 12 Gs. 12 sustained Gs. I didn't black out, so I mean that's got to be worth something.
Did you tell NASA that?
I did, but they don't seem to believe me. I mean, I could do all the things. I mean, maybe not. I'd probably still need some training, but I'd be willing to go if we could. So I wanted to talk to you about. I mean, you've gone up in the space shuttle 2 times.
I have.
That's I can't even believe that. Could you tell me what it's like? Because I'll probably, realistically, I'll probably never get to do that. And I'm starting to accept that. But could you just tell me what it's like from the morning when you wake up? You're going to space. What's that feel like?
Well, it sort of feels like this.
Because this is, I built this. This is what I like to play space in here, and I know it's pretty accurate to what you're used to, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, that was put out. I don't know if you follow him on YouTube or not. Terry Eicher, Flat Out Truth.
Man. Wow.
Yeah, Flat Out Truth. He's pretty funny. He's got some really good stuff out there too, man.
Everybody needs one of these.
I know, right? It's so crazy.
Something about ending wars and ending secrets came to mind when I watched that. Sorry.
So I found this picture of
Sorry.
I found this picture of Flow State at a protest. Anyway, just wanted to put that up for y'all. No, it's not really him, but it looks like him, don't it?
Pretty close. Pretty close.
That was when I first saw that. That was the first thing I thought. I was like, "That's Flow State," and I was like, "Oh no, it ain't. Never mind." But yeah, we was there's some of the shit that they try to get you on board with is just completely ridiculous and built on assumption after assumption after assumption. And you go, well, how do you get that? Well, because we know this. Well, how do you know that? Then you go right back to the other thing. And it's like, wait, you don't know either one of those things, so you can't use that. Well, if we guess at it, then the fucking math works out, then it means it's true. And I'm like, no, that's not what that means at all, man. I mean,
carbon dating is a wonderful example of that fallacy. Circular logic.
Oh my God! Did you catch the broadcast where my son was on?
It's a picture.
My son was on. When my son was on, and we opened up and looked into carbon-14 dating, and no shit, it actually literally says in there. It says, well, we know that this is wrong, but we have to use it, or our dating technique won't work. And I'm like, then what the good is that, man? Here's what you was asking, Hunter, about the cornholio effect. This is pretty funny. I played this the other night, but for people who didn't catch it, this is the Glober sniper. Okay, check this out. This is pretty funny. Make sure I got sound.
Oh man.
Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No, God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you missed every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting little kids. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Glib or sniper, I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. It's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the fight thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe or sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Nice.
I thought that was pretty cool. Let me see. I got something over here from one of mine.
I always measure for the Coriolis effect when I'm building patios.
Let me see what this is. Oh, this is good. Yeah, thanks, Angela. Angela Carson sent me something. Let me make sure there's not going to be any little circle of despair. But I believe this is from it's a popular TV show. I think it's got Danny DeVito in it. I don't know. I don't watch it shit, but I have seen this scene, and this is pretty cool.
Hey, I am thinking about making a tool for large construction projects. It's a level with 8 inches per mile square built into it.
You'd sell 1 million.
I know, right?
Actually, maybe you would only sell 33.
Yeah, he got zonked out. So,
would
Mr.
that be the
Sidewinder,
captain of
Mr. Sidewinder, are you talking about the magnetism of the North?
Yeah.
What I've seen aeronautical like videos of the way the waves or the wind is blowing and there's like a mass there. Is that like a true picture? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know exactly what image you're talking about. No.
It was just an image where it showed like the way the air was traveling and it was going around something, like there was a mass there.
Like the jet stream was splitting around a super tall mountain like Mount Meru, perhaps?
Yeah. So this was at the North Pole.
I wouldn't say I've seen the image, but we've been given so many different images of what they call the North Pole. One I saw was like a swirling hole through the clouds that was like a vortex that went into a great vast pit. Other ones are a mountain from a distance. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to think, but I do think that the answers are in the middle. If that has any merit, or if that helps with what you're asking, I think there'd be more answers in the middle than there would be at an edge.
Yeah, I've just been focusing on the North Pole and the mystery about that. And
well, I think it's the right place to focus. I think you're thinking the right way, and no matter what is there, I think you're thinking the right way. But I wouldn't trust any images, and they won't let me go myself. So what do you do?
Right. I agree with that. Don't trust. Everything's a fucking lie.
When I was young, I would have gone, for real. Like, I didn't have any mental limits when I was young. If I really set my mind to it, I would have gone. In fact, I probably would have gone even without any permission and taken my chances. You know what I mean? I wasn't as drawn to it as I am now. If I had the drive I had when I was young and the mind I have now together, I'd be pretty unstoppable. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Well, that's the whole thing. Yeah, if you have to break yourself away from the programming, and if you really realize how much programming has actually been taking place on you when you really sit back and look at it. And this is one of the truths that for me, I already knew there was a lot of fucking deception out there. But once I realized the true earth, and it was like, oh, wow, yeah, geez. It's almost like their entire little Jenga tower of deceit just crumbles because somebody said it perfectly. It said, standing on the shoulders of giants. And I was like, yeah, but if one of those giants is a fucking clown, he's going to start dancing sooner or later, and your little tower is going to fall down.
Yeah.
You see? And that goes right along with these assumptive values that they try to place into their mathematical equations and then use circular logic to try to get you to accept them. And nobody going to fool a mama's baby boy that good. No way.
Dave, are you off your meds again?
Yes, I am.
God, I can't believe you have the balls to ask for cash apps for this horrible broadcast. I'm here to help you out.
I can't believe that you're actually watching it.
Well, I wasn't watching. I was just perusing the YouTube live area.
Then what was your purpose for coming in? Did you come in?
I just told you I was looking for failure broadcasts that needed some help, and I came upon this one. I figured I'd.
Awesome. So, do you have a proof of the of the globe at all? Is that why you came on?
Nah, I leave all that alone, right? That's,
okay. Well, that's the topic tonight, so try to stay with it. Okay.
Oh, the shape-tardia, right? We're gonna go with shape-tarding.
I don't know, whatever. No. I said we're gonna be talking about. We're gonna be talking
Paul,
about.
If you're looking for a failed broadcast, Paul, you can go to mine.
Yeah, really. You do know that flat is not a shape, right? You know that level is not a shape. You understand that, right?
What about plumb?
You get that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Plumb lines are not perpendicular or are not parallel. I was like, you got to be shitting me. Did you really just say that? So anyway, this is kind of cool. Watch this for a second, if the internet will allow us.
If your answer is incredible, then are your arguments? That's a silly question, because evolution doesn't exist, of course. I'm sorry. Oh, could you repeat that again for the round?
Oh, this is evolution. Yeah. No, I didn't want to go into that right now.
I wanted to tell you something real quick.
Thank God.
I used to be into 3D animation pretty heavy when it was first got the thing, like before Toy Story 1 came out. Back then, Pixar was a kind of a big thing. I had a little video studio at the time, and I was learning 3D programs. Well, at the time, you started a 3D program like Turbo Silver or Imagine 2.0. You were in a void construct. So really the blackness of space. There was no camera, there was no sun, there was no moon, there was no lighting, there were no objects, right? So if you went into a 3D program and just hit the render button, you'd get a completely black image.
Yep.
So often,
hey, are you an actual pirate?
Yes. Yeah. That's a different story, I think. But So a lot of the scenes that I would want to render, I would want to look realistic, like they were in our world. Well, interestingly enough, the very first thing I would do is establish a ground plane and put a big dome on it and a cloud map on the dome. And I never really thought about it at the time, but basically in my mind, I was rendering the only way you can get like clouds everywhere you look is to put a dome over the top. So that's what I did. Essentially, I modeled what I really think this place is, an infinite plane with a covering over the section that we're in.
Well, it's this is the thing when you get with a lot of times they'll say, well, won't you fall off the edge? I'm like, have you ever fallen off the edge of a lake? No, you haven't. You stepped ashore. Well, where's the edge? I'm like, who says there is an edge? And they go, well, that's ridiculous. I'm like, aren't you the idiot that believes in an infinite void? So how is it any stretch from an infinite void to an infinite plane of existence? It's not. It's not. But what we can know, and the best answer to that is, I don't know, and no one else does either.
Well, I love that answer. When I asked you how far the moon was, that was the first thing you said before you went into anything else, is you said, I don't know. Yep. And just being a truther, being able to say that out loud, online, in front of God and everybody else, that's admirable, man. My hat's off to you. I'll take my hat completely off, man. Because that really takes courage to be able to say, I don't know. But the number of things that we don't know is quite vast, right? We're searching for answers, but as long as we're not looking for physical answers in a supernatural realm, we'll be in a better place, I think.
We should go over the list of things that folks here don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Distance to the sun, we don't know. Distance to the moon, we don't know. Depth of the ocean, we don't know. Center of the earth or how deep the earth goes, we don't know. What oil is, we don't know.
Yeah.
What they're spraying on us in the sky, we don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. And
I can give you 100 of them that I guarantee you don't know whether you answer that honestly or not. You don't know either.
Sidewinder, it's like this, right? It's like this. What's over the edge? Well, I don't know, and you don't know. You're not going to be able to go find out, because if you get even close to the 60th parallel south, you're going to be turned away.
Military intervention.
What you say. Now, you can go on one of those cruises, and they'll take you to Deception Island, show you a ceremonial South Pole, because they can't take you to the real one because it's way too dangerous, and you'll disturb the penguins and everything else. So you go there, and there's about 5 or 6 maybe cruise lines that take you there, and they're all owned by the same dude, man.
Yeah.
So it's like this thing is sewed up, man.
It's clearly controlled in every way. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the whole thing. The bottom line is the two main things that I say when people say that, I'll tell them right straight up. A globe Earth, even the spaces you describe, is scientifically impossible.
Absolutely, in every way.
And in order for it to be possible, the first thing you have to prove to me or anyone is convexity that corresponds to a sphere roughly 24,000 miles in diameter, or in circumference rather. And you have to show me that this gravity, this mystical force that you talk about, that somehow this mystical force can stop a pressurized gas from equalization. Okay, now you can make math to say that an elephant can hang from a fucking daisy by its tail. It doesn't hold up in reality.
Right.
Now, what they do most times with this shit, and it's obvious deception, is they go from a foregone conclusion
and work
the mathematical formula backward to fit the story.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a real nifty little trick. And as I pointed out with the planetarium demonstration, scale. I can use the same numbers in the planetarium as I do outside on an exact replica of the sky and get the same distances. Why? Because we're using assumed values.
So that's really a twisting of mathematics and really using it more like a language than a formula, if you will. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, when they started getting into that, and even with Einstein's equations, they found out, oh, wait, this doesn't work. So what did they do? They invented black holes. They said, well, that means it didn't mean that his calculations were wrong. No. That means that there must be black holes.
Right.
That doesn't sound very scientific. Even Newton, when there was an argument on the distance to the sun by a couple of, I forget who was the arguing parties, but Newton's response to it was, whether it be this distance or this distance, it does not matter. It suits our purpose.
Right.
Oh, really? That's very scientific. What do you mean it suits your purpose? And it goes right down to what I've said so many times. Scientific experiments, scientific results will always favor the funding. Okay? Whoever's giving
it
you
has
the money,
to do with the gravity of it has when they're doing the experiment. No, not just the situation. It has to do with the gravity of their body mass, whether they were fasting earlier in the day, whether they ate an avocado.
We'll give you $500,000 to prove such and such, right? Well, you're already going into it with a bias, right?
Yeah.
You're already going into a bias. And if you come up with results that don't favor the funder, whoever's funding you, they're going to stop funding you and go with somebody who will. That's how our science works now.
Yeah.
You know, what do you
That's
think?
why
of that,
they.
Paul?
That's why they call the science settled, because they feel like it's paid for. Right. That's the only reason why science would ever be settled, is because you thought you paid for it. Because science is never settled.
It's
Science
never
is
settled.
about
It's,
questioning it. Right.
Don't question science. What an oxymoron. Don't
That's
question,
insane.
Don't
dude.
question questions.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, just believe what you're
That's
told.
rude.
Yep. Just believe
It's
what you're
rude
told.
to answer a question with a question.
Be a
Pay
good
your
little soldier, and
taxes.
we'll call you privates.
Enjoy your freedom.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're free dumb. Got plenty of that. Oh my God. I mean, I was really trying to explain. I was very patient. I was as patient as I possibly could be, trying to explain perspective, angular resolution, the vanishing point. I mean, it's like, motherfucker, go outside once in a while, look at some things, take some observations, notice the things that you're looking at. Don't just function in your little Taco Bell mind. I mean, there's so many of these people out there that I call them flatliners. Okay. And I call them that. It's because it's almost as if you were to hook them up to an EEG, you would get just a flat line.
Yeah.
Just doop, unless they had to shit or saw a tit or got hungry. That's about the only time you get any kind of a response on that
Right.
fucking thing. They're so immersed into their little fluoridated fucking chemical food world. It's insane. And
Someone
consequently,
mentioned
it's
tits
color.
and Taco Bell.
Yeah, tits and
Tits and Taco Bell.
Finally, something I can get on board with. Fuck, you were
Right.
boring me into submission,
See,
Dave.
there's
Well,
a
you know,
spike. We got a
Paul,
spike.
nobody held you at gunpoint and said, "Hey, go
You
over
gotta
to
stay
this
over here, yeah.
platform and not like the content on it." You know, there's like 1,000 channels or more everywhere,
there for
with all
hours.
kinds of stuff. Or you could even start up your own and do your own show or whatever else or whatever. I mean, this is what perplexes me is that, and we get them with the flat earthers too, or with the globers that come in here, right? They totally disagree and do not like the material. They do not agree with the content. They don't like the content, but they never miss a fucking show. Ain't
Right.
that something?
It'll
That's sort of
eventually
like the
happen.
dude that goes, it's like, I'm not gay or anything. I just like to hang out in gay bars.
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
gay
what's
or
wrong with
anything,
that?
but that sure is a nice looking cock over there, I
Right.
mean, no, dude, you're gay. I mean, that's just it, and if you're that interested, then if you're not interested, you wouldn't be here. I mean,
Is that how it works, Dave?
well, it's pretty much, yeah. Thought
All
that
right.
was kind of common knowledge. We're kind of about common sense here, like
Kind of rooted.
the whole idea of like a globe defies common sense. It defies science. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, you're going to tell me that the stars are balls of gas that caught fire. How did you get
Dave,
balls
can I
of
make a
gas?
request?
I don't know. I guess you can. Whether I
Jeebus
honor it
Crisp
or not.
is insulting me from the chat. Can we bring him up so I can see his numby fingers? I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, no. Well, I mean, he can come up at any time, but the conversation.
Hey,
is
that's
not
an
gonna
insult to
devolve
all
into-
nubs out there.
Hold on a second. Listen.
Is that Nibs?
Listen.
Yes, of course it is. The creature goes everywhere.
Right,
Okay,
everywhere
so-
but some places
All right, so-
nowadays.
Oh, I
And
measure
everywhere else.
platform all the time.
Okay, stop, both of you, right now. Okay?
Hey,
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to stay within the prescribed topics of the panel tonight.
Nice.
We're not going to devolve into some kind of a fucking reality brawl show. I'm not about that. I don't.
we can't do Springer. You know
No
I love
Springer.
doing Springer.
I know you
No.
do, Paul. So stay on top of
From
All right,
Springer.
let's stay on the. All right, here's how we work it in. Are Jeebus Crisp's nubby fingers flat on the end or round?
That has nothing.
Bring
to
'em
do
up
with-
and show
that
'em
has
and we're gonna
nothing to
debate
do
it.
with that has nothing to do with the cosmology of
Oh.
the universe, and therefore it's off topic.
As
Tables-
above, so below, right?
Tables are flat and level, but we're not discussing the finer art of furniture making, are we? No, we're talking about our cosmology. Okay.
Good point, Dave.
All right. Cool. Stay on topic. Anyway, so the dude actually measured. He said he measured the curve of the Earth. He actually measured this.
And gravity.
And never once really, I don't know. What did he do? He just recreated Eratosthenes' experiment. I mean, I can do that on my kitchen floor. And
he slapped his brass balls together.
You realize that I can take, I don't know, 4 or 5 cans, stick them up on the floor in my kitchen, and shine a light above them, and each one of those will have a different shadow. I could work out some cool math, and it would say that my floor is a dome, that it's curved, that it's not flat, it's not level, but my level will show you otherwise, won't it? So this is the most ridiculous thing that they push out there is they go, well, look up at the sky. Why are we looking at the sky? We're trying to determine the condition of the earth. Is it a sphere or is it a level plane? Why would you look at the sky? If you wanted to know the condition of your floor, would you look at the lights in your ceiling to determine that? Nobody would. That's ridiculous. So why would you do that? We're like, I wonder how many bedrooms my house has. I'm going to go over here and look at my neighbor's house.
In most modern American cities, you can look at the neighbor's house, the model house. That is an example of every house in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
There's 4 models to be made, and that is your choices out of the 4. But I understand your analogy.
That's all right, Angela. You don't have to censor anybody. Just make sure they're not saying, hate speech or what the Google Nazis would just think is hate speech. That's about it. Other than that, if they want to say something fucking shitty about whatever, I don't give a shit.
I was just talking about his gangly Voldemort fingers. I didn't say anything really hateful.
Oh no, I'm just throwing a reminder out there. No, I don't care. That's fine. But like I said, we're not going to devolve into a little insult match and shit like that up here. We don't do that. That's low brow. That's low brow. We don't really do low brow. Okay.
We just smoke weed and talk shape of the earth.
No, we don't.
It's like really highbrow shit.
Wait a second. I thought I just taught you.
Bong rips and shape debates. This is fucking highbrow shit, Dave.
Remember when I said that? Remember when I said that level or flat is not a shape? You remember that?
Right.
Okay. It's what? It's a.
it's a plane, Dave. I think you said.
It's a condition.
Oh, a condition. Let's not get into conditions, Dave. I don't want to have that discussion.
Let's go ahead and so you can understand what the difference of a condition and a shape is. All right. So if I have a plate, a dinner like all right. How about this? I have a manhole cover, and it's round, and I have a manhole cover, one of those ones that goes to the sewer drain, and it's flat as well.
How big is the manhole?
Wait a second. And it's square. Okay. Both of them are flat, but they are different shapes, aren't they? So what we are discussing is the condition, which is level or flat, versus a condition where it has convexity or curvature. Okay. Now, see, this is educational, and you didn't even know it. See, you're too stuck.
You gotta stop smoking that really bad weed, Dave. It gets you off on these fucking rants about nothing.
That ain't about nothing. See, not at all. Because even if that didn't get through your cerebral cortex, it did go into other people's cerebral cortexes. Okay.
Right.
And they may be able to process the information in
higher minds.
Yeah.
Sovereign, just
I see
because
what we're
this
doing
man,
here. We're like, we just pretend like we're really highly intelligent, and then everyone else watching is that too, and then it creates a bond. I like that.
No. Actually, we discussed that very thing right there, and we call it intelligence through
You have to
proxy.
pick it up before me.
We call it intelligence through proxy. What that means is that someone will perceive someone, in a lot of cases by their status, as someone who is smart. Okay. They use this in TV commercials on you all the time with a fake doctor, right? Okay. So you get this perception, oh, this guy is a scientist, right? And so we tend to take that information that they give. And this is what people that are doing smart by proxy do. They don't really understand the information. They haven't dissected it down and understand exactly what it means. But when they regurgitate it or parrot it the way that they heard it, it makes them seem smart too. So they're being smart by proxy. So usually these people are easy to pin down because when you start getting into the minutia of the idea is where their understanding of it crumbles apart. Like my dissection of telling the distance to a celestial body without any known values. Okay. And right there, as we walk, every time we walk them through the equation, I point out the assumptive values that they're using. And they don't like that because they find out that the entire thing is built off of, no pun intended, circular logic. And in often instances, they go to radical conclusions like, this isn't actually one, but as an example, crows are black birds. Therefore, all black birds are crows. You see what an errant assumption that is?
Hey, on a lighter note, I saw two blackbirds stuck together today. Turned out they were Velcros.
Ah, that's right. We even have comedy up here. Yeah. In the international fake station. I don't know how you're hanging.
Oh, I just thought of one, Dave. Remember the time you told me,
Steve, I don't know how you're hanging out there. How are you drinking out of a can in the weightless environment of space? And how are you breathing in that vacuum? It's that NASA tech, not math, because of math.
I learned how to do it in school, man.
There it is. It's because of math.
It's got to be math.
Or meth.
Meth.
No, it's
yeah.
math.
I'll be right back. I got to roll a cigarette.
What was you going to say there, Paul?
I don't even remember, Dave. I got distracted.
Sorry, man. I just thought that was kind of cool. I like his background. It's pretty cool. I mean, if that kind of thing was possible, if it was scientifically possible, this is why they call it science fiction. But if that were scientifically possible and there were these other worlds out there and shit, and we could actually interact like on Star Trek and shit, and this is the hope that's in these people's heads, but it's all really fantasy. Yeah, that would be absolutely fucking cool. Yeah, it would be some of the coolest shit in the world, but it just isn't. But see, even then, these people don't understand. We're not taking away their aliens. We're just taking away their balls. Okay? Give up your ball. You don't need it anymore. Okay? We're not taking away your extraterrestrials because for all we know, beyond Antarctica may be extra terra, extra land. And the inhabitants of that land, if there are any, would be what? Extraterrestrials. And perhaps there are people out there. They look just like us. Perhaps they escaped from inside here, get away because of the tyranny, like in the book, The Iron Republic, right? And they go out there and they realize that they're not on a spinning ball. They don't go on to that nonsense. They actually realize that this thing has got energy. It's like a battery. We can harness it and use it. We're not basing everything off of Newtonian physics. We're actually doing the experimentation and playing with free energy. Come on, man. Those possibilities are there. Still, it's just.
You think maybe that's where the original Jews come from, Dave? Is over that, whatever that ice wall is, where Admiral Byrd went?
Think about this. In the sense that, have you ever seen the Divergent movies? Have you ever seen those?
No.
When you finally get to the last one, I'm sorry, it's going to be a little bit of a spoiler alert, but when they get to the very last one, they find out that this perimeter that's being guarded to keep the dangers of the outside out is actually being used to keep them in. And they find out that they've actually been a generations long experiment inside of this secluded area, given through their education system, a false cosmology, the whole nine yards, everything they know came from their own institutions, right?
Sounds really familiar.
Yeah. And they find
Hauntingly.
out that they were actually part of an experiment to try a society to see how it would work. And who knows, we could actually be that. Or
Yeah.
it could just be a big fucking prison.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's and this is what I find so fascinating is see, we have this idea, an illusion of international sovereignty, right? But
Right.
it isn't. I mean, like Steve, you got the 76 flag there. That's cool as shit. And I like the red under the blue because the flag has changed now. It's white under the blue. But anyway, we all know that the United States, we declared our independence on July the 4th, 1776. But a lot of people don't realize that we actually registered ourselves as a corporation in London on July the 3rd, 1776.
City of London, no doubt.
Yeah. So wait a second. We registered with the people we were revolting from a day before we declared independence?
Yeah.
Now that makes it, now you start to understand the idea of the great experiment, right?
Yep.
So it used to say that the British Empire, the sun never sets on the British Empire. And now today, the sun never sets on the Anglo-American Empire. Okay. We've got the 3 city states, but it goes bigger than that because there's a control outside of what we believe are sovereign nations.
Certainly is.
These fuckers are getting their orders from another source, and they're all getting the same orders.
Well, one level up from that is the United Nations, which is not a nation state. They don't represent any nation. They're a bunch of clowns on a hill, Mount Herman to be exact, where the angels.
Yeah, Mount Herman. Yeah, that's right. They have
the United States
observer.
had no business doing any sort of merging or joining with the United Nations, being that it's not a nation state. You can't go there. You can't go to the United Nations. It's not a place that you can go. Right.
Well, let's look at their flag real quick.
So they're totally not legit to begin with, but that's just only one level up. And then, right here in
Well,
our
that's
country,
what
there's a
I'm
lot of
getting
things
to.
that people don't pay much attention to. But one thing you might want to look into, hope this doesn't get your channel in any trouble, but Titan Point and the fusion centers and LexisNexis. And I won't say any more about any of those 3 topics, but you ought to look into all 3 of those.
Well, here's the thing about the UN. Let's take a look at that flag. They have this flag, and it shows an azimuthal equilateral map, the flat Earth map, with that projection. Every continent is represented on that map, with the exception of one:
Antarctica.
Antarctica. So, what's in place of Antarctica? There's the wreath of Apollo.
You're not sharing the screen if you're trying to.
Oh, I'm not showing nothing. I'm just saying everybody's seen the UN flag.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So you got the wreath of Apollo that's under the map in place of Antarctica.
The laurel leaves.
Right. Well, that's a crown. That's a symbol of authority. Okay. That's a symbol of authority, of power. Okay.
But it's assumed authority. It's not by consent, so it's not real authority.
Right.
There's a difference.
It's
sounds like a secret.
It's interesting that every nation honors the UN Antarctic Treaty. It's enforced by the Navy of any of these nations that are participants of this treaty.
Yep.
You can't go any further than 60 parallel south. All right, that's kind of sus. And then we got these high-level dignitaries that go down there for what the fuck, right? You had John Kerry, the popes. The John Kerry went down there on election day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Both popes went down there. The Roman Pope, the Eastern Orthodox Pope.
Obama, that fraud went.
Yeah, Obama went down there, and it's sort of like, wait a second, what's going on? Are they going down there getting orders? Are they going there getting called onto the carpet for fucking up or whatever? Because I believe that the control is coming from there. We're under an illusion of international sovereignty.
Right.
I mean, if you look at the last 3 years, it's funny, again, like the UN treaty, Antarctic Treaty, every country in the world, every place, all agreed on the same protocols. And the couple of countries that didn't, well, their leaders were got rid of and they got new ones. that did go along with it. Now, how do you get every country in the world to go along with something unless there's some kind of top-down coordination that's happening?
You can't.
All right. So I'm thinking, man, the idea of maybe being inside some kind of a prison might be actually more true. And plus, think about this, man. If you knew that there was extra lands, like Admiral Byrd said,
right,
and there was abundant resources, what would that do to the establishment's artificial scarcity game? Right? They run, their whole thing runs on artificial scarcity.
Right. Sure
So
does.
where would that go? It would be totally fucked. It would destroy the entire power structure.
Well, even on a
people can just say, "Hey, fuck you! I'm not doing your shit no more. I'm going to settle my place over down in such and such a land or whatever else." Like the
even
first
on a
coming
much
here did.
even on a much smaller and more realistic scale in the United States alone, if you take
Whose phone is that?
I think it's mine, but I can't get to it. It'll stop. Oh, national parks.
Yeah.
What a
Resource.
scam that is, dude. So who owns the national parks? Wouldn't it be the people?
You'd think it was.
It's a republic, so that means to return to the public, right?
Well, it's government approved family fun zones, is what they're disguised as, but they're actually huge portions of the land that are used as collateral for the debt. These lands being completely very rich in natural.
They're all the
resources.
prime lands, dude. They
Right.
went through and they found the best land and cordoned it off.
Well,
right?
it's like think about Death Valley. What is found there? What do they find there? Gold, silver, platinum. It's a huge mineral resource. The whole area of Death Valley, the Mojave Desert, right? Here they've got the richest area is swathed out as a national park. Right up, I can see it right out my window, the Shenandoah National Forest, right? In the Shenandoah National Park, the Skyline Drive. Huge portion of the Blue Ridge Mountains, rich in iron, coal, and lumber. And it's now a park. There were people living up there. And when they made the park, they made those people fucking move.
And it's just the opposite. I mean, that's what I was trying to say from, on a smaller scale. If we could just have our national parks back and everybody could just go choose a small piece of that prime land, all of a sudden you go from subsistence to just Garden of Eden glory, really.
Well, there's people and where I live there's very common family names around here because it's very, very small, very rural. And there's like about 15 different names that are real common. And these people are like, I'm not related, but they are. They're like cousin by cousin by cousin by cousin, that kind of thing. And many of them have keys to go up into the park through the fire road because these people were driven off of that land, but their family cemeteries are still up there. And there's people, when they die, they get buried up there in the family cemetery. But they ran all those people out, gave them little shacks and shit down here in the valley, and stole that land from them, man. It was a really shitty thing that they did. And they've done this with each of these national parks, man. You can't.
They didn't steal that land. They reallocated.
Well, it comes right down to the fact that you actually yourself, you were declared dead and mortgaged due to the policy.
But that's all beside the point, man. You're just not following the programming.
That's right. They don't like that. They don't like that. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it's getting to be about 1 o'clock. I'm going to shut it off here. We've been on here. It's going to be 4 hours when I cut out. And I'm just going to go around and give everybody one last little deal to say here tonight. Steve, I'll start with you.
Yeah, man, I like talking about the Arctic. I want to know what's like on the other side. We need to get down there. So
yeah, man.
Looking into that topic. Thanks for having me, man. Have a good night. See you guys.
You too, Steve. It's in fucking penguins, man. I'm telling you. We all
Steve,
know that.
I have some old maps.
Yeah, me too. Look at the 1587 Monte map. MONTE.
Right.
It's at the David Rumsey map collection online. You can zoom in on it. There's an interactive map. The real one is actually 10 foot by 10 foot. So
isn't that the one that they found different things in Canada?
Yeah,
when
dude, there's it shows flora and fauna in what we now call Antarctica.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'll definitely say, like, I had a thought where, you know, the quote.
Hold on
that
one
was used-
sec. One sec. If Angela and Ray Day don't quit fucking fighting, I'm going to take both your wrenches away. Y'all just stop. All right, go ahead.
So the quote you made earlier where you said about walking on the backs of giants. If you really think about it, if the whole Tartaria thing is real and they really were giants, then we really are walking on the shoulders of giants.
You know, maybe in
literally
some cases, perhaps. In some guy, listen, I'm fully convinced that giants existed and probably still do today. Who knows? Maybe that's who went south. You know, an interesting thing is the Aborigines refer to south, the direction south, the Aborigines of Australia, which is an interesting word because Aborigine means not original. But anyway, they refer to the direction south as home. So,
right.
I don't know. Sidewinder, what do you got leave us with here tonight?
Dude, I like what Steve said, man. I couldn't agree more, except I thought it was polar bears on the top and penguins on the bottom, unless I'm confused. You know?
Yeah, you got that right.
Oh, you got it right.
But thanks to the Mandela effect, we now have desert penguins. So
nice.
There's a little rabbit hole to look down.
Well, we had that whole question come up, man. I told you I don't trust birds that can't fly. So there's that.
Well, there's a reason they can't fly.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it is.
What?
I don't know what it is.
I bet Hugh knows. I bet he studied it, dude.
Listen, what, the Mandela effect?
No. I'm saying there's a reason that penguins can't fly. I don't know why.
Because
but nevertheless, there's a reason.
They want you to think that they're cute little flightless birds, you know, and in reality, they are ruthless overlords.
But they evolved to be that way. They used to be amoeba.
Well, yeah. And then this gay frog
Yep.
had butt sex with a monkey.
Squirrel snakes.
Yeah, right. I mean, good
And
God.
the emperor
and
penguin.
here's what they point to. They say, you know, a human and a chimpanzee's DNA are about 97, 98% identical. I said, you get the same amount of DNA in common with a fucking field mouse too.
Or a plant.
You know, you don't understand DNA. They don't even understand DNA. And here's the worst part of it. What a Pandora's box that shit is.
Yeah.
Hey, here's something we know absolutely nothing about.
Yep.
Let's fuck with it.
Yep. That's exactly
Good
what it
God.
is. That's what one thing that mankind is good at is throwing a wrench into things. The other thing that we're really good at is burning shit. We can burn shit now.
Oh God, destruction is our best thing. But you know, naturally we're not guided toward that.
Right.
Naturally, we're not guided toward destruction. We are pointed in the direction of and encouraged for destruction through a manipulation of our minds.
Yep.
Okay. And this is the thing, man. I declare eternal war against all forms of tyranny over the minds of men.
Me too.
And I'm not going to give up. They can't shut me down. They tried to fuck with my stream a couple of times by dicking with my internet. It's the only time I ever have any problems. I start getting into something that's really fucking on point.
Like
Boom.
penguins.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know.
Penguins. All right. Well,
hey, if it
gentlemen,
ever happens, man, we'll carry the stream till you get back. You know.
right.
whatever.
I thank you all for doing that. And once again, I really enjoyed having Bill and Ted on here tonight. That was a great. Those guys are cool as shit. Been having a good time with them on Twitter. I encourage you, if you're on Twitter, go over there and follow them.
Yeah, they were cool.
Really good people, man.
Hey, I'm
And,
sorry I lost my cool, man. Again, I normally I'm quite level headed, but when people are bold faced lying to me, man,
Yeah.
it's on.
I know.
Dude.
Look, that's you run across them all over the place. I don't care if it's Facebook or wherever else. There's always some motherfucker comes on there and says, "Oh yeah, well I am an airline pilot." And it's like, no, you are not. Shut up.
Dude,
Airline pilots are
wow.
not arguing on flat Earth fucking forums, man. Just stop. You know. It gets me mad too sometimes, but I just like, okay. What I've learned to do is to feed it. Let them keep going with it.
Yeah, let them hang
keep
themselves.
going with it,
Yeah.
and then hit them with the, well, how did that happen? You know, like we did with the measurements. You know, it's like, well, wait a second, where are you getting that?
Right.
You know, how do you know the radius of Venus's orbit?
And how
if
come
the
all your
thing in
numbers match
question-
Google's exactly?
You know, we're trying to figure out how far away the sun is, right? How do you know how far away Venus is from it? Well, we measure its orbital radius. Yeah, but you don't know what that is. You just assume that there's an orbital radius. You have to know something.
And they always want to throw in, well, because the Earth is also orbiting, and that's where they lose all of us, because that's our, oh my God.
Yeah.
I want to see the telescope that
one guy-
this dude is using it.
I think it's kind of
he
silly,
might-
like for an individual to go out and buy a telescope, the first thing you're going to want to do is upgrade. Because if you get a 2-inch, you're going to want a 4-inch. If you get an 8-inch, you're going to want an 11-inch. It just never ends, dude. Well, just join a local group that already has telescopes, and they can recommend what would be a good place to start. They probably have better equipment than you can ever afford that you can at least try.
That's what I'm
You know,
saying. Like
doing it on your own
Canada,
is tough, man.
I'm just saying, like Canada, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of rural Canada, and the cities aren't necessarily like we would consider like Chicago. You know, like Chicago is a massive metropolis of people everywhere in every direction for miles and miles and miles. You don't have that in Canada.
No. Well, it's
So who's
it's
got
really-
those telescopes?
Well, not you. NASA has them.
Right. Yeah, well, how does he do his experiments if he doesn't have the fucking equipment to do the experiment?
Well, no, he's. It doesn't matter. I know. Look, this is that's the whole thing. They're so caught up in, and every time you say, "Hey, do you have, evidence of that?" And first thing they'll do is send you a link to a Wikipedia article. Oh my God, Wiki? Really? Wikipedia? Okay.
Wikipedia.
Have you
It's
ever?
Got, it's
you
got
know,
Wiccan and Pedia right in the title.
and I'm like, I didn't ask you for an article. I asked for your explanation of it. Okay.
Right.
Well, that would be like to, as a contractor, if I showed up and said, "Hey, I'm going to do a great job on your patio,"
Right.
and you
right.
said, "All right, can you show me some references or some pictures of your work?"
Right.
And I pull up a Pinterest commercial.
Perfect. Exactly.
Perfect.
You're
Completely
never going to
unrelated.
hire me.
No.
No.
You're never going to hire me because I'm showing you somebody else's work on
no
somebody else's time, somebody else's dime.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm going to shut her down. I want to thank you all for coming.
Thanks,
And as we like to say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass. He'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody.
I'm here for you, man. We could do this more.